the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Top of the morning to you and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Muta. It's a pleasure to have you start off your morning with us this morning. Let's see what's making the headlines. Inflation to fall to 21.79% in July as Naira to remain stable, Uwane says. Federal government bans creation of new tertiary institutions for 7 years. Federal government grants Air Tanzania permit to begin direct flight, says Russia will face severe consequences unless it agrees to end Ukraine war. Man United in no man's land due to lack of planning, says Rashford. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's inflation is projected to drop to 21.79% in July as prices continue to moderate after hitting its highest levels last year. This was revealed by popular economist Bismarck Rwane, the managing director of financial derivative company. This would reportedly mark the fourth consecutive declaration in 2025 and the lowest in almost 2 years, as Rwane attributed a likely decline to the appreciation of the naira, lower energy cost, and the harvest season. According to Rwane, this inflationary trend could also pave the way for a likely rate cut of at least 25 basis points to 27.25% when authorities meet by September. Moving on, the Federal Executive Council has approved the 7-year ban on establishing new federal universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, as it cleared 9 new private universities for takeoff. Education Minister Tunji Alausa revealed that the moratorium was aimed at halting the proliferation of under-enrolled and under-resourced institutions, which he warned was dragging down academic quality. In his words, several federal universities operate far below capacity, with some having fewer than 2,000 students, describing it as a waste of government resources. Alausa added that 199 universities received fewer than 100 applications through JAMB last year, with 34 recording none, while many polytechnics and colleges of education had similarly dismal enrollment figures, including dozens with 0 applicants. While still on, the federal government has formally presented the Foreign Carrier Operation Permit to Air Tanzania Company Limited at the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development Headquarters in Abuja. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, who was represented by Ahmed Mohammed, revealed that the initiative aims to enhance operational efficiency, safety, and collaboration between Nigeria and the United Republic of Tanzania in the aviation sector. Kana revealed that the FCOP will standardize procedures, ensuring seamless interactions and efficient operations between Nigerian and Tanzanian aviation stakeholders while aligning with international best practices. According to the Permanent Secretary, the initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led federal government efforts to promote regional integration and cooperation in West Africa and beyond, assuring Air Tanzania officials of Nigeria's readiness to provide all they need to operate while instructing them to liaise with all the agencies in the ministry to meet their needs. To end the local news, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has reported that Nigeria consumed 1.48 billion liters of premium motor spirit in June. According to reports, this marks a sharp decline in the supply of the product compared to the previous month. According to the NMDPRA Director of Public Affairs, George Ene Ita, the total evacuation for June 2025 was 1.4 billion liters, while the daily average reported is 48,025 and 604 liters. The report showed that average was obtained by dividing the total volume of 1.4 billion by the number of days in June. Automotive gas oil supply, however, rose marginally by 1.73% to 432.18 million liters, with the stroke-out volume dropping by 23.23% to 424 million liters, while household kerosene recorded a 13% fall in both supply and distribution. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has warned of very severe consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin refuses to end the war in Ukraine following the two leaders' upcoming summit in Alaska. Trump made the comment on Wednesday after holding a virtual meeting with European leaders, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who pressed the United States President on the need to ensure that any peace deal does not sideline Kyiv. According to reports, Trump, who has earlier threatened tougher sanctions against Moscow in the past without following through, did not elaborate on what the consequences might be. In a joint statement issued after the virtual summit, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and French President Emmanuel Macron says Russia should face tougher sanctions if it fails to agree to a ceasefire on Friday, while Kyiv must also be given robust and credible security guarantees. And also, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany have told the United Nations they are ready to impose sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program if it fails to resume talks by the end of August. The three countries known as the E3 announced that they were prepared to trigger a snapback mechanism, meaning previous sanctions would be reinstated unless Iran resumes negotiations. The E3 reportedly insists they had offered to extend the deadline for negotiations to the end of August, which Iran has not replied to. Iranian lawmaker Manucher Mottaki says Iran's parliament was ready to withdraw from a nuclear deal which restricted its nuclear program if new sanctions were put in place. And now to sport, Marcus Rashford has offered an assessment of Manchester United's decline, claiming the lack of identity since Sir Alex Ferguson retired has marooned the club in no man's land. The on-loan Barcelona striker insists the club's predicament hurt him as a United player and fan, laying the blame firmly at Old Trafford's door. Rashford insists that too many managerial changes and different strategies had undermined the playing principles established under Ferguson, preventing any meaningful transition. The striker says United may not be serious contenders for the Premier League again unless they keep faith with a clear plan. To end the news, Liverpool are very close to a full agreement for Parma defender Giovanni Leoni. According to reports, the Italian defender's move to Anfield could be finalized within the next 24 hours. The Reds are eyeing a double defensive signing with both Leoni and Mark Guehi close to joining the club, while exploratory talks have been held regarding the Crystal Palace captain. This reportedly aligns with manager Arne Slot's promise to acquire a defender before the window closes. Well, that does it this morning on the Business Day TV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Newspaper Review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 14th.
On this day in 1945, Japan surrendered to America, and this would put an end to World War II. The stock market would close the next day, August 15th, in celebration of the end of the World War. The next day, the markets would be open on August 17th, where the reaction was muted, with the Dow falling 0.25% and closing at 164.38. And on this day in 1947, India became independent from the British rule. British control of the South Asian country began in the mid-1800s with the East India Company. The company initially established itself in the subcontinent for trading purposes and then slowly took control over the princely states that separately ruled the country. A violent rebellion in 1857 prompted the British Crown to take over direct rule of India. The time between then and independence in 1945 was marked with violent and non-violent movements targeted towards gaining independent rule. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was a key figure in the non-violent civil disobedience movement against the British. Independence came with the country being partitioned into India and Pakistan. And on this day in 2014, Berkshire Hathaway shares reached $200,000 per share for the first time. Berkshire Hathaway originated in 1955 through the merger of Hathaway Manufacturing Company and Berkshire Fine Spinning Associates, forming a textile giant with 15 plants, over 12,000 employees, and $120 million in revenue. However, by the end of the 1950s, the company would shut down 7 plants, leading to significant layoffs. In 1962, Warren Buffett began purchasing Berkshire Hathaway stock at $7.50 per share through his investment fund, Buffett Partnership Limited, aiming to profit from a tender offer as the company liquidated assets. By 1963, Buffett's fund owned 7% of the company. In 1964, he offered to sell his shares back to the company for $11.50 each, a deal that C. Bree Stanton, the company's manager, verbally accepted. However, the written offer came in at only $11.357, which angered Buffett. Instead of selling, Buffett bought more shares, took control of the company, and eventually fired Stanton in 1965. Though he gained control, Buffett later called the investment his biggest mistake, estimating it cost him $200 billion in compounded returns over the next 45 years. He believed investing directly in insurance instead would have yielded much more higher returns. The company's last exile operations shut down in 1985. In 1962, Buffett also established his office in Omaha, Nebraska, at what is now Berkshire Hathaway's headquarters at Blackstone Plaza. As of the end of 2024, the headquarters employed only 27 people.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. the major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Japan, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Once Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Once Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually
You are watching Business Day Television.
BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review right here on the show, and we will be starting off with the Punch paper this morning. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. As always, we've got Valentine Oyeka in the studio.
Right here in person.
But on this lovely Thursday morning. But let's start by seeing what we have on the Punch paper this morning.
Right.
It's all about the 2027 president. It says PDP unveils zoning panel. Discuss Jonathan will be top. PDP eyes new aspirants, APC mock to position, predict defeat for 2027 candidates. And on page 14, it says Obasanjo Library accuses EFCC of targeting ex-president and demands 3.5 billion naira damages. And on page 20, it says, Tinubu orders FIRS and customs to review revenue deductions. On page 19, it says 2025 budget. Ministries in dilemma as Accountant General suspends fund request. On page 20 today on the Punch paper, it says fuel distribution controversy. Dangote restores marketers amid mounting pressure. And on page 19 of the Punch paper, pilots plead over Kwamwon's aviation ambassadorship. That was quite an interesting one. On page 2, Mahmuda terror group leader captured in Niger, moved to Abuja. Now let's talk about 2027 presidency. PDP unveils zoning panel and dispels Jonathan and Obi talks. Eyeing new aspirant, APC mocks opposition, predicts defeat for 2027 candidates. All of those pre-election or is it pre-election shenanigans? Like I like to say, a lot of things are happening right now.
Well, I mean, they call them political actors. When they are in the scene, what happens is that the directors and then the spectators will expect them to deliver their lines. You see, I'm using terms as if they're in the movie, right? Because truth be told, it has come to a point where anyone who understands the trajectory of our political, system in this country will know that Netflix has nothing on us. I'm using all these ironies or figure of speech so that you get to see and understand how they think. I mean, look at this. PDP unveils zoning panel, right? It goes on to tell you, what else again? Dispel Jonathan, Obi talks. All this gearing towards 2027. I ask a question. If we don't have a country where people can actually come out and vote, and those who aspire to become leaders in 2027, we don't have a country before then what's the use of all this talk? The reason why I'm saying all this is that, look, let us deal with the issues that we have right now, glaring in our faces, that we are not taking seriously, right? Whether who is trying to sue whoever it is for damages, it's not necessary. There are many ways you can have your voice heard. There are many ways you can make a strong positive dent in, the political space of Nigeria. When I talk about dent, I'm talking about positive one. In other words, positive impact. Than look for who to witch hunt. Yes, it's fine if PDP says they're unveiling zonal panels. Fine. But isn't this thing too soon? 2027 is like 2 years away from now. I know they say make hay when the sun shines, but let's assuming we don't have hay at all to even say, like they say, right? Then where are we? Let us all the political actors come together first and say, can we make our country safe first? Can we make people who we think might come out and follow us or vote for us individually, can we make them believe that that they can be safe? If we don't look at that area, then what are we wasting our time talking about 2027? Have you seen the way our economy is moving? The trajectory in which we are moving. It's not something that you want to personally say, we give them a pass mark for. However, in an event where we now say, let us look into the crux of the matter to say, okay, fine. If they're looking at zonal areas, okay, are they even worried? Maybe they're worried that they might be pushed into extinct and become like the dinosaur age, where you have, scientists looking for fossil bones and everything. PDP, maybe they're worried that, look, very soon we're going to be, we're going to be relegated the way SDP is no longer, well, they might still be a party, but you know what I mean. As the major opposition party to the ruling party, right, which is APC, right, as the major opposition party as PDP, okay, I understand if they're moving very quickly to put things in place. But while they're doing all this, I am still of the opinion that we should think about the safety of these different zones that you're looking at, getting to get your actors and those players to, begin to mark their positions against 2027. Are those areas safe? Are you having one-on-one conversation with the ruling party outside politics? Let it be on safety. Let it be on food security. If people don't eat, who will come out and vote? Let me tell you one funny thing. Can you imagine 2027? Nobody comes out to vote, not a single person. How? Tell me how. Who is going to sit down and say, let us falsify results? Who is going to say, okay, fine, we had 5 million people? It's not possible. Or let's go and get old videos of maybe 10 years ago of crowd of people. It's not possible. We are in an age where technology plays a major role. Everyone has a smartphone. And because we have a smartphone, it's easy for us to document what's going on. I bet you, if we truly want to be one solidarity and we move in that vein, come 2027, right, you'll be shocked that a lot of people who are in line with APC, in line with PDP, have their political mentors. If they don't see that their immediate area and zones and local governments, all those areas are safe, if they don't see that their businesses and livelihood can be protected, right, because we invest well in security, if we don't see all that, you know what's going to happen? No one will turn out. And no one turns out, how are you going to even say, okay, you won? Wait, how? Elections and results are only made possible when you have those who participate, when you have voters coming out. Can we make the idea of voters and voting safe? Can we remove that idea of saying, oh, we have no movement from this, no movement from that? It doesn't make any sense. Only scare people. 2027 is still very far. 2 years from now, but again, 2 years is not a long time. Before you flip your fingers, we're there already. So I understand the PDP are trying to make their zone and put things in place, but I'm still of the opinion that can we lay our bed properly now before we decide who and who's going to lie on it? That's just my take on that.
All right, let's also look at this story on page 14. Obasanjo Library accuses EFCC of targeting ex-president and demands 3.5 billion naira damages. Recall that earlier in the week, we're seeing that the EFCC raided Obasanjo Library and the premises basically, and they had apparently should I say abducted or arrested about over 90 people for fraud, saying that they are Yahoo boys or something like that. So the story here says Obasanjo Library accuses EFCC of targeting ex-president and demanding 3.5 billion naira for damages to some bodily damages done to some of the people that were present there, and damages to the institution itself, reputational damage. They are also calling it this EFCC raid. They're calling it politically, politically motivated to damage the reputation of the institution. So there's a lot of things going on at the moment, because they also say that EFCC raiding at night also negates what they had said. Talking about night raids. So they had spoken against night raids, and they are the same people who went ahead to conduct a night raid. So the story, I'm just trying to go in a bit, said the management of the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library in Abeokuta, Ogun State, has accused the EFCC of launching a politically motivated attack on the institution and its founder, which is former President Olusegun Obasanjo, during a night raid. So they apparently this operation was done at 1 a.m. and they've described it as uncoordinated and reckless, claiming that shots were fired indiscriminately to over 100, and over 100 guests were arrested, many sustaining serious injuries, with some still hospitalized. Saying that the raid violated the EFCC's own November 2023 directive of banning night sting operations, and insisting that the agency's conduct was aggravated, unconstitutional, oppressive, a lot of things, actuated by malice.
Look, again, they say those in glass houses should not throw stones. Haven't said so. I will tell you why I've said so. I mean, we know that EFCC was given birth to during President Obasanjo's tenure at that time, right? Which was very good. It's the plan for it was to make sure those who corrupt, those who throw the nation's name out there based on fraud and every other fraudulent activity, right, is curbed, for them to do their job based on financial crime, like they are tagged. But it has come to some people's understanding that, wait a minute, are they now being used to scare people? Are they now used to, to create some kind of witch hunt. This story simply brings that to light. Okay? I mean, first and foremost, the founder, having left office a long time ago, has been doing a great job. I'm not saying this because, he's, well, they call him Baba for a reason. Right? No one is perfect, but given at that, yes, I understand if you say no sacred cow, but given that particular, it's a given. If someone tells you, look, let's go and investigate, it's different than going to break into an institution, right, at night, forgetting that they themselves have said no, there should no longer be any night raids. What does that show you? It shows you that we have decided not to understand that rule of law does matter. I mean, how do you make a law and then go against it again? Who will trust you? Who will respect you? I think the EFCC should have thought twice. And call a spade, right? I think the government should understand that the more they do this, the more they lose face. How? If you're telling somebody that go and raise social person at night, even though it's against your rules, and you still move ahead to do it, which means that you are sending a strong message to investors. Remember, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is someone who is recognized internationally. He has other international partners. What are you saying? Are you saying, okay, fine, even though they find nothing there, or there is nothing that sends signal to the fact that some crime financially has been committed? So what is their motive? Is it to tarnish his image? I think he's well off in his right to sue them, right? Again, we can only speculate what has happened, who gave them the tip-off, what exactly has been going on there. We are not financial experts, but because we're in the media, we understand the dynamics and trajectory, how these things can go. We are not asking the question, why night raid? That's one. Two, right? I mean, this man is no longer active in politics like that. Yes, you can call him an elder statesman now, right? He can endorse somebody. That is well off in his right. It's not a crime to do that. However, right, he's someone who is a world speaker. He has making some strong impact in different areas. Agriculture, okay? He goes out for international speaking engagement, try to motivate and inspire young people. And young people are getting a lot of changes, when it comes to attitude and, change makers in the society. He's doing a great job. So why would the EFCC do that? Don't they have liaisons, or don't they have people to go there and go and ask questions first? Why this sting operation? So it goes to beg the question, which I just asked. And the second question come after that. What were they hoping to get after this? So now they've gotten what they least expected, which is the lawsuit. They should go and face it. And if they lose, they should pay the money.
3.5 billion naira.
They should pay the money. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo's team moves ahead with the lawsuit and they go to court actually, right? And EFCC loses, they should pay the money. After all, there's no sacred cow. The idea of all animals are equal sometimes comes
I'll
with the
be
claw.
honest with you, my heart goes out, or I empathize with those people who were arrested, and especially if, because now at this point I don't know for sure. We don't know for sure. We don't know.
It's all speculations and
if they were guilty or not. But I empathize with going ahead and just shooting randomly, it's uncalled for.
People run helter skelter.
Right. So some people would have been injured in the course of it, amidst the entire fracas. So that's really sad. So I'm hoping that they're able to get health care, or they're able to get themselves back on their feet. But let's talk about this other story here, still on the hula baloo that goes on in Nigeria. So it's pilot split over Kwam1's aviation ambassadorship. So we know the story of Kwam1 and the issue that happened with Value Jet, where they had asked for the bottle, what was in the bottle, and they didn't want him to get in. And then eventually, just trying to summarize here, and then eventually he was standing by the way of the plane, like he wants to stop the plane, and security, which was really risky. And then we know that the captain, the pilot, began flying, which was an issue. Apparently they suspended the pilot, but also for Kwam1, which we know is a public figure, is a musician. He's a veteran musician, so he's done a lot for the country as well. So it wasn't just anybody. We know that there was some sanction for him. You know, I think it was given a 6-month ban.
Right.
No fly ban on value jet for that period. But we know that has now been reduced to 1 month. And also following that, the government has also given him airport security ambassador. That is basically being an ambassador for the airports in terms of security, which people had condemned. So now the story says pilots split over Common's aviation ambassadorship. So some people are condemning this or the government's decision.
They have their own misgivings.
Yes, some people are condemning it, saying like it. Firstly, some believe that it was too hasty to reduce the no-flight ban from 6 months to 1 month. Some also believe that why are you giving him the ambassadorship? You know,
are you rewarding,
so to speak, rewarding bad behavior
with them?
Right.
So it's
some also believe that it's a welcome development from the government. So it's two sides. But you know, even aside from the pilots are also just speaking for the citizens, because they're, as citizens too, there are two sides. There are the people that feel like, okay, I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, there's some people believe that the pilot was the one at fault, the officials were the ones at fault, and they believe that, 6-month ban was too much and 1 month is enough, and then the ambassadorship is enough. So it's just two sides. But really, where do you even stand in all of this?
Again, even though the answer already is in the whole caption, well, let's look at it.
The answer isn't there. They're split.
Okay, so the reason why you think they've split, let's look at it this angle. So most definitely, in every situation, you have those who will go for and against, right? I'm sure they have some form of pilot organization, pilots, solidarity or whatever it is. May have some their union or whatever. I don't know about that. I'm just saying. But however, if you look at it closely, the man did something that put that sector in jeopardy, because in an event where someone like that can do that, which simply means that anyone can get away with it. But he quickly came out and apologized on national TV. It was all over the news. Right? Accepting and taking responsibility for the bad behavior. However, why were they quick enough to now say, let's give him that, it's not an award per se, but let's just give him that recognition. Again, he has a lot of friends in high places, right? The so-called flight company, as in the airline, could have thought about it. Is it going to be good for us or bad for us? Or can we just use this to our benefit? Remember, every company that is a company that, adds a lot of value at some point. I said value, jets, right? Value. At some point, they do have what they call damage control department. So they could have thought about it. Listen, you know what? I know we move for this thing, this way, to reclaim our name back. Since the pilot moved, even after he stood in front of it, that obviously, kind of endangered him also, let's don't forget. So, again, we don't know what is playing behind. But what we see in front sends rather a very negative message.
What's the negative message here, really?
Saying that, look, anyone who is of influence can do this thing, come out, apologize, and might just get a post.
Don't forget that Ibom Air, because we know that this season has been,
coming to them
there's been a little bit of this. The airlines have been facing it now, obviously, from value jet. Coincidentally, anyway, it wasn't all planned. From value jet to Ibom Air. And we know that Ibom Air also had arrested the young lady, that's Comfort Emerson, which also was involved in some sort of back and forth with the hostess. She was taken to Kirikiri, but now they've brought her out, and now they're also saying that, the Minister of Aviation and then the authorities are basically saying that they are also offering her an ambassadorship. They're also open to offering her an ambassadorship if she's willing to accept.
Nigeria.
So, because
what they're afraid of?
What are they afraid of?
Of a lawsuit.
Yes, because according to the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, he had said that this is not a new thing in terms of how they tend to correct certain issues when things happen. So if punish offenders. So if perhaps you committed a crime, maybe you drank water and in a place you're not supposed to drink, they can make you like a drinking water safe drinking water ambassador, meaning you're not now going to be that person that speak against that. So that's going to be your, apparently there are two types of punishment. You can punish it like, oh yes, you drank water here, so you need to go to this place and then we're going to put you here. Another way is now you're going to be an advocate for doing that thing correctly. So he said it's not the first time. And I remembered clearly that if you recall Naira Marley, at some point they made him sort of like an ambassador for the NDLEA, so Nigeria Drug Law Enforcement Agency.
Whoever comes out to, if he ever sees or knows anyone who's who's a drug addict, he can call them out.
And that was after his entire
issue
with NDLEA. So there is that conversation going on, right? So it's not entirely wrong for them to pass on this ambassadorship thing, but the only place where I'm just giving a side eye a bit is because of the fact that they had already made one declaration and then they are now changing. So it's looking like a case of because of the public outrage. It's the public outrage, and this is one of the good sides of social media, because if it was back in the day, in my mother and father's time,
you just have to depend on TV.
Kini Shele, this happened, and then now is in but with the public outrage, especially in the case of Comfort Emerson, so now they're saying, oh, they're going to give her an ambassadorship.
Well, wait a minute. How is she going to feel if she accepts that so-called ambassadorial role? How is she going to feel? Right, knowing that the video is still all over the internet.
I think at the end of the day, they will find a way to script. You know how they do those things. Eventually, she will have to get a team. Good thing she already has so many people behind at her back now. Literally, from NBA to this to that. Delta State, an SSA from Delta State. I don't know if you saw the news earlier today. Or late yesterday, had also offered to be put on a 500,000 naira salary monthly, and also invite her on an all-expense paid trip to Delta State. Wow. And then some people online were saying, "What do you mean by all-expense paid trip to Delta State? Like Delta State is just here. You make it sound like all-expense paid to United States." But I think we get the point. Yes, it's. Even in the light of that, some people still think of it as rewarding bad behavior.
Well, again, for what I've seen here, they're trying so hard, because if they're trying so hard to turn the whole ugly situation to a friendly one, because if the NBA move ahead, because they can't do that at consent, there are a lot of activists out there, right? People who actually see this kind of situation and weigh into it to make a name for themselves. There are a lot of young lawyers out there who say, we will take up this case. Imagine you as a young lawyer, you take up a case like this, pro bono, and you win the case. It will move your status up. So that's why you see them moving.
At the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, most times people often, everything people do, sadly, always comes from a selfish place.
Of course, most definitely.
Because Delta State had nothing to do with this.
But that's also from Delta State.
No, so that's also. So you also see Lagos State. You also see. It's always the way of when somebody is in the news per se.
Everybody weighs.
People are trying to weigh in to get a chunk of that. Also get a chunk of that popularity. Also be a part of the news. So somehow, because now if Comfort Emerson is in the news and I give her this thing, it's like, oh, young lady Elizabeth Musa from also so maybe if you are looking for some sort of publicity, you weigh into it. So much. It's not really. Sometimes, most times actually, it's not always really from a place of true empathy or true kindness. Sometimes there's always a little bit of a selfish interest. People always have selfish interest. People always, as a matter of fact, I don't want to go to the other direction of what some people are saying on social media about all these things that people are doing, that you guys have your own agenda, right? Some people were even saying, now I don't want to go in that gender angle, because some people were saying that, oh, because it's a woman now, like if it was a guy.
So again, let's be honest. If it was a guy, it all depends on how the story, right, could have unfolded. If, we'll never know these things. These things just is organic, really. We'll never know how it would have turned out if it was a guy. But I will tell you, what I've understood about Nigerians and social media users and everyone on social media, emotions run very deep. And let me tell you one funny thing. If maybe people don't act in this way to mitigate the outcome of this whole thing, guess what? The international body can weigh in and say, look, this is how people treat women in this country, right? Don't forget, when you say social media, the whole world is watching. She has, what I would not want to call it that, but she has a nude pictures out there, nude video out there. You know, half of her body was shown out there. And so it's a big deal. Whether all these compensations will help to, you know, reduce the impact and the trauma, well, only high look can deal with that. But at the end of the day, what does it say about Nigeria as a country? Does it say that we are a lawless country, that we jump quickly into, you know, jungle justice? We said this yesterday here on set. So there's a lot of, you know, give and take, and the way it can affect us and project Nigeria out there.
The image of Nigeria. And that's why they're trying to rectify it. You know, there's some young man, or a gentleman also, who was on the flight, on the Ibom Air flight. I mean, we've moved now from the Punch paper, we're now on the Vanguard paper, from Kwamwon to Comforting Massin, but still similar to an extent. So a young man who was on the flight, the Ibom Air flight, had mentioned that he was on the flight and he saw everything. I would probably share with you. And he shared a very detailed account. He even shared his boarding pass so that we could also see that it wasn't lying. So he had said, according to him, let me just try to summarize it. So he said that when the plane was about to take off and all of that, our hostesses will come and do their job. So the first hostess had come. We'll call that hostess 1, and I said, please turn off your phone. You know how they'll tell you. So he said he had seen. So he was sitting on the aisle seat. She was also sitting on the other aisle, so he could see what was going on. So he had said, so they had told her to turn off her phone, and she was sort of fiddling with it. He didn't really know what was going on. So the lady said, please turn it off. So she was still fiddling with her phone, like with uncertainty, according to his word. I'm quoting him. Then I think that hostess left, and then
another one came again.
New hostess came, hostess 2, and that one came with some sort of
aggressive
an aggressive approach, and said, like, turn off your phone and all of that. So I think she was still feeling and whatnot. So that one's like, I don't have time for all this. Turn off your phone. So apparently, according to this man who was making this account, he said that she had muttered something to the hostess, like in a calm voice, saying that she didn't know how to read, and that's discomfort. Firstly, she had said her phone buttons weren't working. So the lady's like, go to general settings, you're using an iPhone, and turn it off. But she didn't still turn it off. She was still feeling, and then she had said she didn't know how to read. Can she come and help her do it? Now that part we don't know, because I was a bit shocked that wow. So there are people that don't know how to. I know there are people that don't know how to read, but maybe looking at, we don't judge book by the cover again. So I don't know. She might really not know how to read. So she had said, if that hostess that came, the one that came with the angry approach, if she could help her read it and do it. So that one said she didn't have time for that, like she don't go to touch her phone, she should do it herself. So that was the account, according to this man. They're saying that, do it yourself, I'm not going to help you do anything.
So there's a story behind everything.
Yes. So I think in that moment, and according to this account, that hostess too was angry, saying that she didn't still turn it off, and she was angry, and she said, you will see. I think at that point, the lady had said to her that, is there anything bad in not knowing how to read? I can't read.
A back and forth
like,
already.
Is there anything bad in knowing that? Why are you embarrassing me? Because apparently, according to the guy, she said it in me. She didn't shout when she was saying, it's like, I tell you, she said, I don't
do this, do that, do that.
And then I say,
so
why would you say that? I'm not touching. So it's like, so like someone came to tell Obasanjo something the other day into the microphone, saying, they say, put your mic up. And you're saying it loudly. If you really mean well,
you will come and
whisper, or you write a note.
So it was more or less in a
apparently
way.
The lady felt like I told you something in a hushed tone. You are shouting, like you are now embarrassing me in public. If I say I don't know how to. So according to him, that's what happened. And that lady, that's when Comfort, which is this lady, now started cursing out at her. And according to the guy, she was literally angry all through the flight. She was fuming all through the flight. She was, when you are like literally the person by her side, she was ranting about it all through the flight. And this guy in question, this gentleman who was recounting the story, said that the hostess kept on looking towards a direction. When you still feel a little bit of malicious towards the person that you felt did not do what you said.
So there was a build up.
And she had said, you will see. So he said after the flight, the lady, when they were getting up, packing up flight and all, the hostess one, the kind one, the polite one, because he described the hostess one as the kind one, then the other one was the haughty one. So that one had come and even assisted her to, put the food tray up and, adjusted it. And he said, this man who was recounting this, the experience, said that he had literally said to his other seat partner that,
this is going to go
better
out of hand.
let's leave here. Maybe before war will break out on this plane. So he had said that to that one, and obviously the plane, everyone's packing up and going.
Turned out
so she went to the back of the. Once she was done, she went to where he believed she was going to the toilet. Like after, how maybe you just want to pee.
Exactly.
So he said he left, so he did not see what happened. Only for him
to see the
start
climax.
seeing online. So he said that it wasn't like it was more like the lady, the hostess. What's that word? When you rouse someone up.
Of course, when you irritate somebody. That's just that.
So that was the account. So he even put it online. He put out his boarding pass and everything, so people will see his ticket. So they see that it's not. It was really there. And he also said, if possible, the other man who was sitting, if he hopes he sees it, so that one can also share his experience and is willing to stand as a witness for her in court.
And you know what? You see now, there's a part that we're not seeing. He's willing to stand as a witness for her in court. So she already, believe it or not, has started getting a lot of sentiment.
No, she
has. A lot of people have said, look, we are here to support you, which is why they are moving so quick enough. Ibom Airport is saying, Ibom Air, they need to see, look, wait a minute, this is going to turn around, right, and hurt them. And you can imagine if the NBA, they have a hold on all those who want to defend, have a hold on all this information, and people actually come out. She might win the case.
You know what?
So
I now really feel bad for the hostess. I feel bad for all the parties, to be honest. Like, this lady didn't have any reason. Some people on social media will say, what was left anyway in the first place in addressing. But I don't think anybody should say this was, if you decide to dress this way on your own accord, it's different, but it's not for you.
I mean, she wasn't really badly dressed.
Yeah, so it's not for you to come and do this thing. But I saw a man online that said that the hostess, that's what she be, say she did. You know how people can be. I don't know if it's
and
true.
And there we go. So now a lot of people will come out and now saying, look, they've had their own experiences with this person. This person and that back and forth. Anyway,
a lot of public, there's Comfort has definitely drummed a lot of public support for herself. So I really see her getting. And should we do a bet?
Well,
I see her getting endorsements after this. I mean, she's already getting 500K. So that's the one that is announcing. I already know that there are lots of people in her DMs right now.
Right.
I know that there are offers coming in.
And there's some people
good or bad.
There's some people who don't like Ibom Air. And so they will see this as an opportunity to say, we will support you. How much do you need? Go ahead. Right, go ahead and then agree with the lawsuit. A lot of interest will come back and forth.
Absolutely.
So we don't even know the story behind the extra 500,000. It could be, look, take this money. We're paying you every month, right? Don't move ahead with the lawsuit or whatever it is, because. And
then there'll still be ISB there.
Of
There'll
course.
still be an ISB there, because
so,
one person has, you know how it is now. One person 500 is more now. I want to put that on 5 billion per month.
But this thing should crash, and it's now they're all on shaky ground. Especially two things. One, you have the aviation minister making sure that let us send the story out there to the world in a different light. He's trying so much to mitigate the situation. Then you have Ibom Air, who obviously could have stepped on different toes. So let's see how this thing plays out.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and see how it all pans out. But that's been the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We took a look at the Punch and also the Vanguard paper and the airline wreckers or the airlines under scrutiny.
And then ValueJet.
ValueJet. But we'll be taking a closer look at this story on the big story. So stick around till 10 a.m. We've got more in store for you. But this is where we wrap it up this morning. I'm still Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Moniaka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with Business Morning. And now let's move to the first conversation for today. Tinubu directs PENCOM to implement pension increase. Now, as a fallout of the series of protests in the various parts of the country, including Abuja, staged by pensioners under the Contributory Pension Scheme, CPS, President Bola Tinubu has directed the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, to implement pension increase and a minimum pension guarantee. He also mandated PENCOM to expedite a rollout of the Free Healthcare Access Initiative for low-income retirees, as well as plans to introduce foreign currency contributions to enable Nigerians in the diaspora to participate in the pension system. Now, the Director General also briefed the President on ongoing efforts to ensure the value preservation of pension fund assets, especially in the face of inflation and macroeconomic pressures, as well as plans to introduce foreign currency contributions to enable Nigerians in the diaspora to participate in the pension system. President Tinubu strongly supported the reforms, reaffirming his administration's commitment to inclusive growth and protection for ordinary Nigerians. And now, joining us, being more light on this practice, is Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, an international finance and economic analyst. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, Destiny.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, very quickly, on policy and governance, what are the legal and institutional frameworks that support the President's directive for PENCOM to actually implement a pension increase?
Well, when you talk about, I think for policy direction, you could say, yes, that's the President is doing that. If you want to talk about legal implication of that, that means you're talking about it has to pass through the National Assembly. Because when the Pension Act was passed, there was no room for contributing pension from Nigeria in the diaspora or Nigeria outside the shore of this country. So definitely, I think it's a policy statement. I believe it's supposed to pass through the National Assembly because you are not trying to, the pension form is being rejigged as far as the sign. You are trying to bring in new processes into the pension form administration in Nigeria by what the President have said thus far. But what we have seen thus far in terms of pension fund, we have seen directive, presidential directive, committee directive, rather than looking at the legislation aspect of it. So I think it's in as much as the policies are good, but I think they still have to look at the legal implication of that and what it might do to the pension, because you're talking about a contributing pension from Nigeria in the diaspora, which is good, like I said, but again, how the legality of it is what will be a challenge if the government does not go through the National Assembly.
Thank you so much for that. Now, how does this directive align with the provisions of the Pension Reform Act of 2014 and also the mandate of PENCOM as a regulator?
Okay, if you talk about the reform, the Pension Reform Act, like I've said, he doesn't seem to match up because, again, you're talking about an act that has been passed into law. But when you talk about administrative directive in terms of trying to drive growth in the particular sector, like the pension fund, then you could say that what we have seen is an administrative directive is trying to improve the pension fund. Remember, there have also been issues whereby pension funds were set to invest in particular scheme in Nigeria for maybe they wanted them to bet only 20%, but a directive have come up and said, okay, you can make it 25%. Even if that is not on the act. So you're looking at the act itself different from the policy direction in terms of widening the pension gap. But like I said, that also will involve some legal requirement. But as it stands now, I think that it's not been done.
All right, so moving on. So what implications does this directive have for the autonomy and also the operational independence of PENCOM?
Destiny, when you talk about autonomy, in the sense that they've been passed into law, that's the autonomy. They still can, the president can still give a directive because they are still like operating under the constitution. They are also a parastatal under the federal ministry, if it's the National Pension Commission, and then so and that, so you definitely won't see they are very independent. They are devoid of directive from Mr. President. It all depends on what the policy directions are, because a lot of directives have come as regard the managing of pension funds in Nigeria. So I for one don't think that is a big problem in terms of their independence. When we talk about their independence, we are talking about where they operate beyond their limits. And I don't think this current directive by the president, I think it's all about improving the management of pension fund, just improving the management. But like I said, I'll keep saying it, there's still a necessity to look at the act, whether it permits every directive that Mr. President have said. And if it does not, then they may have to look at it again.
Now, talking about directive, now was this directive informed by an actuarial review as required by law, like every 5 years?
It's supposed to be so, but Destiny, you know how it works in Nigeria. You just need to look back at our rebasing. It's supposed to have been done 5 years ago. I mean, every 10 years, we are doing it after the first rebasing. So we tend to be behind in terms, because again, things evolve. You look at when the Pension Fund Act was passed into law, what was the exchange rate, what was the contribution, what was the salary of pensioner at that time, what the salary of civil servants at that time compared to now. So definitely that's why every 5 years you're supposed to look at the pension act, try to improve it, try to reject it. But unfortunately, we have not done that. So because again, we've been doing things in terms of the pension by directive, and we emergency directive because of issues that have happened within the pension administration scheme. Then we come up with those administrative or presidential directive.
All right, I wanted to rejig on this and fiscal impacts. What fiscal impact will the pension increase have on the federal government's budget and long-term pension liabilities?
Well, for long-term pension liability, we're definitely going to see a challenge, because again, if you look at that directive by Mr. President, also is trying to bring in some more upon pensioners, like pensioners of the deformed Nigerian Airways, some federal agencies that were privatized at that time. He's trying to bring them back on board, and that will also increase the physical deficits. I can assure you that. But what they have done now, in terms of, if you look at those directives, they didn't tell you where those funds are going to come in from, because they were not made provision in 25 budget. So what they are looking at is that directed that provision should be made in the 2026 budget. So if you look at that, that means again, there might be, where budget is run in Nigeria, there might be maybe not supplementary budget again, but maybe you might see those implementation that will come up with deficits, because already the physical side, we're already strained in terms of debt servicing. And I think that will definitely increase government liability, and also improve pensioners but that again is depending on fund, because like you said during your introductions, we have seen challenges where the pensioners are still complaining that they've not been able to and they have not been paid their pension. I think it's based on this that you are seeing the kind of reactive directive that you are seeing from the president because of the protest that happened 2 weeks ago.
All right. Now, how will the government finance the pension increase without actually undermining fiscal sustainability or even borrowing?
Well, for borrowing, I don't know. I mean, fiscal sustainability also will become a challenge. Like I have pointed out, we are already running on a budget deficit. We are already running on an exchange rate that is over our budget. We're already seeing crude oil projection in terms of price not meeting to our budgetary projection. Or even if you are saying that there has been improvement in crude oil production above OPEC quota, it has not also been able to do that above its budgetary output of 2.3 million barrels per day. So definitely we're having challenges in terms of finances, and I think that also would definitely increase those challenges, because again, when you, like you say, when you talk about funding, how is this funding going to come in? But like I said, it's a directive from Mr. President. Maybe they are trying to work upon funding, because again, you could also see the issuing of going to the capital market to issue sovereign bond to be able to finance most of these pension fund directive to improve the liquidity. But if you look at what has happened thus far in terms of on another way you look at in terms of investment in the pension fund, especially by the pension fund administrators, then you could say also you maybe investment returns have improved. You could also be seeing them reducing investment and make returns, and using that also to finance this early directive that has come from Mr. President. But it will definitely be a huge challenge, and there's no how that you like I said, the only way you can see a reduction in terms of borrowing to fund this might just be if they are able to go back look at investment thus far, how much they've gotten in terms of returns, then reduce investment and also try to use those high returns they've gotten to fund it. Or we might also go through borrowing by the issuing of bonds and others by the pension funds.
All right, now, so does these adjustments actually reflect current inflationary trends? Does this adjustment actually, affect the trends of the inflation?
If you look at it, you see the increments about 28% above all board. You could say inflation officially is about 22%. So I can say yes. We could say yes that this has also tried to reduce the pressures on the inflationary pressure, and the increase has also helped in terms of meeting both inflation. You could say also, you could say that you can say, but definitely, like I said, the challenge will be, where do you get these funds?
So then, how will it affect retirees?
I think it's good news for retirees. If you look at it, that means their pension payment will improve when they retire. But again, they also have to look at contributing pension. With their contributing pension also increase also. So that could also have an impact in affecting their take home, and which could drive availability. Meeting daily needs a challenge, because you're looking at increasing the pension fund contribution by 28%. Is also going to affect the pay home check of some of these pensioners. Is that how you're going to do it, or government will totally take care of that? That, for me, is what we have not gotten a clear implementation directive. That I keep saying that what we've seen is a directive. In Nigeria, it's easy to give directive. Then you begin to look at how do we implement this, especially when it is presidential directive. So it could take a while before you begin to see some of these presidential directives seeing the light of the day. That's what I feel. It's just a directive. Then, in Nigeria, you give the directive before you begin to think of how do we now implement this directive that you've given. So I don't see the president say immediately, but I'm sitting here looking at the physical challenges and others. It could take a while before you see full implementation. But in terms of reduction from civil servants or other civil servants in Nigeria, you could see an immediate reduction. But again, in terms of government own part of contributing, you could also see that government could be lacking behind in terms of meeting their obligation, which rightly brings us back to what you said in terms of having the funds. Or will that not be a challenge to the government, because they are struggling to meet up a lot of physical responsibility?
Wow, so true. Now, how have relevant stakeholders, such as labor unions, pension fund administrators, and even retirees, been adequately consulted in the decision-making process?
That's still, the answer. It's a directive. So there was nobody that was consulted. Like I said, in Nigeria, they give the directive, and now maybe they will sit down with everybody and say, okay, can we now talk? This is what the president have said. So how do we gonna go about it? So that for me is the major challenge that we've always had in this country when it comes to directive from Mr. President. You just see those directives come and then everybody begin to struggle on how to meet up those presidential directives. There was never a tripartite meeting because the pension funds, they've not met with the Nigerian Labour Congress, even the pension, the National Pension Commission also, this took them by surprise, I'm very sure. So even if the Pension Commission chairman is saying, oh, this is the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, but they've not taken everybody along, but it might improve the welfare of retirees. Maybe that's why you are not seeing those complaints from the Nigerian Labour Congress yet. They are looking at it. They are hopefully waiting at the end of the month if those directives will begin to see an impact in the take-home pay of the civil servant. Then you begin to see those reactions from labor unions.
So now, what safeguards are in place to actually ensure that the increase is rightly implemented, that's transparently and equitably across all categories of pensioners?
Huge challenge. Like I said, there's a committee have been set up, and so those committees are going to work on those modalities. It's a directive. We've not seen implementation guideline. We've not seen how this can be implemented without a challenge. But you shouldn't also forget that the Pensions Act also give room for ways things we should be implemented in terms of funding, in terms of investment, in terms of policy. There's already a guideline on how to safeguard pensions funds. So the guideline, unless we are seeing a situation whereby we are seeing pronouncements that will affect the implementation, the guidelines for how pension funds should be implemented. That is where the challenge will come. But they've always been a guideline on how to implement, to safeguard pensioners' funds, and also even pension investment. Sometimes have been very conservative so that you don't see a situation whereby a lot of these pension fund administrators manage pension funds without those guidelines, too much risky investment. That's why if you look at the act, there are different investment vehicles that pension funds are allowed to invest in, and there are different percentage they are allowed to invest in. And some of these investment vehicle acts are largely government-driven vehicle acts like Treasury bill, bonds, and they're allowed to go into the real estate sector, financing of capital projects that are not risky in terms of bringing funds back. So there's already a guideline. I don't think that will be anything different. But what we might see, if these funds improve, is the fund increase, will we see an expansion of the guideline? And if you look at the recent data that have been released by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, or the rebasing, will we be seeing pension funds administrators investing in some new sector of the Nigerian economy? Those are part of what might be a challenge in terms of those guidelines. But like I said, it's an evolving story, and we keep on getting updates on how these policies are going to be driven.
Oh, wow. Okay, so then how will compliance be monitored across ministries, departments, and even agencies?
That's a huge challenge, because again, if you listen to some of the pension fund administrators on the National Pension Commission, you've seen that there are times that government is not even meeting their own contributing part of the pension scheme, and that has been the reason why you see the kind of protest. And some of these challenges also come from legacy pensions, pensioner, which we call the legacy pensioner, or the legacy pension, whereby when this act was established, they already retired. So you cannot collect from them. So especially when you look at the military, you look at the police, that's been a huge challenge for the government, the military side, and the police commission, and so it's a big challenge to the government, and I think that will continue to be a huge challenge until maybe we are able to get better funding and how we can move this, and increment in all what the percentage, like the president is saying, also begins to become a challenge. But like I said, it's good news for pensioners. It's one thing to say, oh, my funds have been improved, increment in pension funds, increment in your take-home as a pensioner. It's another challenge for the parastatals to be able to meet this contributing pension fund, especially government parastatal. If you look at the challenge in terms of contributing side, you realize that the private sector have not had any challenge in terms of contributing theirs compared to what you see the challenge has been in government, ministry, and parastatals, especially now that funds seems to be scarce in implementing major projects in Nigeria. So we've seen, sometimes you've seen that the government go into the capital market through the debt management office to see how they can get improve their pension contribution by issuing of bonds.
Wow. Okay, so finally, what systems are in place to actually prevent misappropriation or even delays?
And then when you talk about misappropriation, I'm tempted to go back to the former pension fund director that misappropriated a lot of those funds, through the especially to the police pension commission. Remember that story of Abdurrahman? Exactly. What happened there? So I think it builds down to regulatory framework. How much regulators are able to regulate the pension funds. And until we give a lot of work also to the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, the IC, the Independent Corrupt Commission, also looking at how some of these funds have been channeled. So for me, I think it has always been a challenge when it comes to managing funds in Nigeria without corruption coming into it. But I think, like I said, the framework are there. This is a PPP term, it's a public-private partnership issue. It's not just being managed by the National Pension Commission, it's managed also by the pension fund administrators, which are private firms. So that already has put check and balances in terms of mismanagement of those funds.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed, for, losing sleep all the way from US just to be with us to talk about pensions this morning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me, Destiny. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Right. So we've been talking to Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed. He's the CEO, Finance by Mokhtar. Right now, we'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking to a ship owner about the tsunami in normal maritime tariff. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jacqueline, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Talking about tariff tsunamis, how smart ship owners are turning crisis to profits and other profits. Now, Nigeria's maritime industry is feeling the ripples of global tariff tsunamis. Now, the surge in trade barriers and shipping costs triggered by geopolitical tensions, and while many importers are grappling with higher bills, some savvy ship owners are turning these turbulent waters into profitable opportunities. Now, with tariff changes or reshaping trade flows, Nigerian vessel operators are rerouting cargoes to more lucrative destinations and timing shipments to take advantage of spot freight rate spikes. Others are benefiting from the sharp rise in war risk surcharges, especially for vessels calling at Nigerian ports, with insurance costs on some routes jumping to as much as 1% of ship value. Now, industry reports show reporters importers, I beg your pardon, in Nigerians have paid over $1.5 billion in war risk premiums in just 3 years. Much of it passed on by ship owners who are using the margin to strengthen the balance sheet. Now, some operators are also hedging against volatile exchange rates and fuel costs, while larger players are investing in port facilities to control bottlenecks and capture additional revenue streams. Now, joining us to unravel the challenges of import tariffs is Mr. Aminu Omar, MD, Sea Transport Service Limited. Good morning, sir, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Destiny. So thank you for having me today.
Yes. Now, very quickly, how have the tariff changes and trade disruptions especially affected your shipping operations in and out of Nigeria?
Thank you again for the question. It has, trade disruptions has been something that we have been experiencing for the past, since post-COVID, actually. There's so many things that have been happening that created these disruptions in shipping routes. And then I think in 2025, we now see a lot of tariff that has been coming, particularly from the US, which has totally disrupted, in addition to the already existing disruptions that has been there. So what did we do, or how did it affect us? A lot of, as you know, when there is a trade tariff imposed on goods, it affects the shippers who are supposed to ship those goods. And the moment the shippers cannot ship enough goods, it affects the movement of ships that are supposed to be carrying those goods to those destinations. So we have seen so much of change in the trade flows, most especially flow trades that go to the US. We have seen a lot of changes in countries now looking at inward instead of importing, which means our routes that we are supposed to bring more goods coming to some of these countries based on the tariff, some of them decide to just look inwards, and which means there is no shipment going out. So what did we do as a shipping company is to be more, change our strategy or change our model. We are, as you know, shipping is resilient. So we are looking at different routes, different options. Now we are exploring routes that are within, for example, for us, which is an African company in Nigeria, based in Nigeria. The routes, we are more, our company is focused in the oil and gas, energy movement. So we have been moving oil around, not on the globe side, as well as West Africa and then Nigeria, within Nigeria. So we have seen a lot of changes in that voyage changes. And we have, for us, 2024 ending to 2024, there is, as you know, a very big change, disruption that has come is the commencement of Dangote refinery, which has opened up a big opportunity for Nigerian shipping company like us, which is now we are moving cargoes across Africa.
Okay.
And we have seen the opportunity of moving cargo even across to other continents. So this is something that for us has been a value addition instead of a disruption in terms of the negative side of things.
Oh, wow. So now with Nigerian ports attracting some of the highest war risk surcharges globally, how have you navigated the cost implications?
Unfortunately, the war risk is still there. We are still paying those charges, those surcharges, in addition to the normal insurance we are taking on our ships. We, like you have in your initial presentation or opening remarks, you have indicated that most of the ship owners actually surcharge this on top of what the freight we are charging our customers. So we transfer most of these charges to the freight rate that we are putting there. Unfortunately, something that we do not want to be to charge any of our clients. We we believe when this thing was imposed on Nigeria or Gulf of Guinea, it was at that time some years back when there was a security issue. But the security issue today, there is none. Okay, and we don't know why the imposed tariff is not being removed. Okay. I'm sure our regulators, NIMASA DG, as well as our Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, They are going to make a presentation on this, and they are going to see how they can secure this thing to be stopped from, particularly for vessels that are operating in Nigerian waters. So far now we are getting this fine, and there is nothing we can do much about it. We have to pay for it, and then we have to see how we can cover it in our freight.
Oh, wow. So now do these surcharges create any revenue opportunities for ship owners, and how do you balance that with keeping freight affordable for customers?
This is the challenge. If we are going to factor in all the additional costs that come with all these all these charges, it will make our freight to be uncompetitive. And this for us is what the challenge we're facing to navigate this. How do we make our freight to be competitive? How do we make our freight to be affordable in a market where there is everything is very expensive, and our clients are facing a lot of challenges, particularly in we that are operating in the wet cargo transportation. Our clients are facing dwindling price rate in their revenues, and because of that, any little change in freight affects their P&L directly. So we have to manage, either bring down our own operating costs so that we can be able to maintain the freight at a competitive rate. So we try to navigate that, and it's a challenge that we consistently continue to work on. So we to see how we can bring down our costs. And for us, one of the biggest costs, in addition to the insurance, is our finance costs. So we are trying to work that out with our financiers to see how we can bring down the cost or find alternative method of financing.
All right, so then how do you decide when to operate on spot rates versus long-term charter agreements in this volatile environment?
To be honest, our position for us in the sea transport, since I think 2024 beginning, we decided to go on a long term because we believe there is so much volatility, and it's not predictable how the freight rate goes. So we went on about 80% of our assets are on long term, and the 20% we maintain on spot just to have visibility in the spot market. So we have maintained that model, and it has been working for us. It has given us better revenue position and predictability. And so this is how we have been operating for the past 3 years, since, like I told you, there's so much disruption in the market. Apart from the tariff, there was, if you remember, issues with Russian war, sanctions issues that affect Red Sea channel, Swiss channel that you cannot pass. Panama channel was also affected. Our bunker price volatility. So all that we need to take a long-term position. So we took a long-term position for the past 3 years, and it has been that is how we took. So it's more localized. It's a company that decides whether you want to go into a long-term approach, or you want to work with the spot market, which we throw its own risk and also some advantages. So, but for us as a sea transport, 80% of our assets are on long term, while the remaining 20 we maintain on spot.
So then, how do fluctuating exchange rates and even fuel prices influence your pricing and your operational decisions?
Well, that was also something we factored as a challenge. We factored into our pricing mechanism, and we're able to, how do I say, our pricing freight are mostly a function of the US dollars. So it has always been factored in, and in order to avoid the volatility in the exchange rate. Because remember, like I said, our finance costs and our capital repayment have to be mostly is in dollars, because our assets, remember, are all purchased in dollars. Our spare parts is dollars. Our majority, some of our crew are paid in dollars. So we have a lot of dollar of expenditure or outflows. So we have to peg in our freight rate, even if for our assets that are operating within the local market, our pricing is pegged against the dollar. So, and for our assets that are operating outside Nigeria, our revenue stream is always in the USD US dollars, so that we maintain that de-risk our FX risk.
Now, what role should government policy play in supporting Nigerian shipping businesses through global tariff crisis? What's your take on this?
I think we all have to reflect on what has happened, particularly if you look at the US policy on this tariff imposition. You will see that the government of United States is doing a protectionist policy, which shows us as a country, and which we will solicit our government to look at, to also look at policies that will protect our industries, our local industries, and most especially our shipping. Shipping, and like any US have done that to their shipping. And if you remember, one of the policies President Donald Trump did is to impose a tariff on Chinese vessels that are calling United States. This he did because he wants the United States shipping industry to be at an advantage. Okay. And I think we should look inward in Nigeria. Our policymakers, our government should come up with policies that should also protect us, and not only us, but the entire local industry, in the entire value chain of in our economy. They should look into it and see how they can come up with a counter policies that protect our industries. And also we solicit they should look inward for shipping, because we have laws and acts that are there to protect local shipping companies, but in the policy implementation, we see some kind of not being put in place. So a lot of it is there, but it's not being implemented, and it is making us to stay put or giving us a position of disadvantage, and that is not right. And we think it's something the government should please look into, so that we can create more jobs, we can bring in more revenues into the country, and pay taxes that will increase revenue to the economy, and make our mark in our own economy too.
Oh, really nice. Now, are there regulatory reforms or even incentives that could make Nigerian shipping more resilient and more profitable?
Well, I like you said, many of the laws that are there to support, and I believe you've heard about the CVFF, the cabotage vessel financing. Is an intervention finance which is being put in place, and we, the ship owners, have been contributing for over 10 years, contributing on this fund. This fund is there to give us alternative financing. Like I told you, cost of capital today, or cost of financing, incurring a debt in any bank, is super expensive. The moment you cannot even fund a shipping business with a local bank funding now. So based on the market position today. So if we don't have an intervention funding, which is something that we have been contributing and putting this money aside for over 10 years, I think it will be difficult for Nigerians to be able to invest in these assets of shipping. And we can see that shipping is so vital to any nation. And we have seen it with Russia, where if Russia had no shipping assets or shipping companies in their country, they would have been totally closed down. We have seen it during COVID, where shipping has been the one that moved all the cargoes, the facility, the health equipment that is used to treat people and make people safe, and also food around the globe. So it is so important that it's not only a business, but it's also a national security issue. So I think if government can be able to put aside this or disburse this fund, it will go a long way in creating a big, robust shipping industry in the country, and also implement those protectionist support acts, the laws that are already existing. We're not asking them to do new laws. The laws are already existing. Is to implement the laws to the letter, and that will support the industry, and it will grow and create more jobs for our economy.
Oh, wow, that's so huge and wide. Now, personally, how do you intend? I mean, how do you prepare to remain competitive if tariffs and trade restrictions actually persist over the next 5 to 10 years?
I think shipping globally have looked at we have all looked at the changing and the tariff imposition and the protectionist policies coming across all different countries across the globe, and we are all taking different strategy or model to be able to support for us to be able to remain active. One thing is that the shipping will continue to be existing. Shipping will continue to be the one that will move products and cargoes across the globe because we are more efficient we are more carbon emission also efficient compared to any other means of transportation. And we believe that there will be continuous use of ships moving around. And for us in Nigeria, if we look at it, all the outlooks is looking positive. We are a country that is developing at a very good rate. The World Bank and the IMF has come up with their outlook position. I think the economy is growing at over 3%. Our population is going to continue growing. Nigeria is going to be 450 million people by 2050. So it will continue growing. So there is demand for goods and services will continue. So I think for us is we will position well, better assets, better alternative fundings, minimize our cost, and continue to maintain, to provide services to our clients, which we believe they will also be growing as demand is growing and the economy is growing.
Oh, wow. Okay, so now one last advice for young entrepreneurs that are actually planning to be ship owners. One last advice for them.
I think it's a very good. It's a sector that has a lot of potential and opportunities. Just like I told you, Nigeria is a country that is going to continue growing. Africa as a continent is also going to continue growing. If you see all the indices, so there is opportunity for new people to come in. The young generation should look at having career in this industry because it's. Across the globe, there is a huge requirement for manpower in shipping, and Nigeria being one of the countries that have a very young population in terms of demography, I think we have a chance to train our youth and future generation to participate and build a career within this industry because there is a lot of job requirement and a very good payment packages that I think is not, you cannot compete with any. No one can compete with them in terms of with seafarers in terms of payment package. I give it. I feel every young man or young lady or woman that I will see, I will tell them look into the seafaring career is something that is very good, and we stand a chance to get a lot of people. And English is our language, in national language in Nigeria, which is the language of shipping across the globe. And I think we should encourage our youth to please take chances or put their careers there, and so that we can grow that a lot. So we are personally our company have in partnership with one of the maritime academy, the famous maritime academy in Nigeria, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria in Oron, to see how to develop this and encourage more youths to go into this career and future to see.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aminu Omar, for joining us this morning on Business Morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Destiny. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's been so very impactful. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Aminu Omar is the MDC Transport Services Limited. Thank you so much, sir. And now that's how we're going to wrap up Business Morning this morning. Thank you for joining us, and stay with us same time tomorrow for another very impactful edition. I am Destiny Momo. Good morning.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 14th.
On this day in 1945, Japan surrendered to America, and this would put an end to World War II. The stock market would close the next day, August 15th, in celebration of the end of the World War. The next day, the markets would be open on August 17th, where the reaction was muted, with the Dow falling 0.25% and closing at 164.38. And on this day in 1947, India became independent from the British rule. British control of the South Asian country began in the mid-1800s with the East India Company. The company initially established itself in the subcontinent for trading purposes and then slowly took control over the princely states that separately ruled the country. A violent rebellion in 1857 prompted the British Crown to take over direct rule of India. The time between then and independence in 1945 was marked with violent and non-violent movements targeted towards gaining independent rule. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was a key figure in the non-violent civil disobedience movement against the British. Independence came with the country being partitioned into India and Pakistan. And on this day in 2014, Berkshire Hathaway shares reached $200,000 per share for the first time. Berkshire Hathaway originated in 1955 through the merger of Hathaway Manufacturing Company and Berkshire Fine Spinning Associates, forming a textile giant with 15 plants, over 12,000 employees, and $120 million in revenue. However, by the end of the 1950s, the company would shut down 7 plants, leading to significant layoffs. In 1962, Warren Buffett began purchasing Berkshire Hathaway stock at $7.50 per share through his investment fund, Buffett Partnership Limited, aiming to profit from a tender offer as the company liquidated assets. By 1963, Buffett's fund owned 7% of the company. In 1964, he offered to sell his shares back to the company for $11.50 each, a deal that C. Bree Stanton, the company's manager, verbally accepted. However, the written offer came in at only $11.357, which angered Buffett. Instead of selling, Buffett bought more shares, took control of the company, and eventually fired Stanton in 1965. Though he gained control, Buffett later called the investment his biggest mistake, estimating it cost him $200 billion in compounded returns over the next 45 years. He believed investing directly in insurance instead would have yielded much more higher returns. The company's last Exo operations shut down in 1985. In 1962, Buffett also established his office in Omaha, Nebraska, at what is now Berkshire Hathaway's headquarters at Blackstone Plaza. As of the end of 2024, the headquarters employed only 27 people.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we go beyond the headlines to unpack the issues shaping our world and the people driving this conversation. It started as a boarding disagreement and ended as a national talking point. Fuji music legend Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, better known as Farm One, and the ValueJet airline staff clashed at Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Nigeria. In the days that followed, the story spread far beyond entertainment headlines, opening up a wider conversation about Nigeria's aviation sector, from the enforcement of protocols to how airline staff interact with passengers, to the role of the regulators and the court of public opinion. Interestingly, this is not the first time an airline has faced public scrutiny, because shortly after the Ibom Air saga with Comfort Emerson, another one followed, and the intensity of the debate shows there's a deeper conversation to be had. The question is, what can we learn from this incident that could make Nigeria's aviation system stronger, fairer, and more professional for everyone? Well, joining me today on the big story is Ifeoma Okeke Koriocha. She's the aviation editor here at Business Day. Welcome to the show, Ifeoma. All right.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's lovely to have you. Let's start from the top. Firstly, how would you assess what actually happened in this Kwam ValueJet incident, and why do you think it drew so much attention publicly?
Okay. Once again, thank you for having me. Yes, it's been, the aviation sector has been in the news for some time, and it's not for the so good reasons, right? Let's look at the Kwam One issue. You said, why has it gathered so much concerns? You know, I think first of all, to start with, I'll say that this is the first time an individual is coming to block an entire plane full of passengers. You know, so that alone, it's news in itself. You know, then secondly, it's the events surrounding it. You know, we know that the person in question is a prominent person in the society that people should be looking up to. But unfortunately, we had that incident happen, and it's you know, cast some doubts in personalities and in, you know, in the aviation sector as a whole. You know, so the events that happened, first of all, was a breach on safety, because for Kwam One to have had the water bottle with him full of liquid or full of whatever it is, he's alleging that it was water, but the pilots and those he spilled it on said it was alcohol. So it's their words against his. But then again, how did that pass through checkpoints? A fan has come out to say that they had checked the bottle initially and it was empty. So we are now made to believe that he probably had filled it with water or alcohol, as the case may be, when he was in the lounge. You know, so the lounge to when he got to the foot of the aircraft is where we had a security lapses. And so it calls for some concerns. But more importantly, the concern comes where you have the crew telling you what to do, that this is not allowed inside an aircraft. It's just for you to understand, right, and do the right thing instead of arguing and then trying to block an entire plane over a flask full of water or a flask full of alcohol. You know, so that is the height of breaching safety. And I felt that, I mean, of course, that would gather some public concerns as well.
Experience covering, of course, the aviation sector. What does this situation actually reveal about the state of Nigeria's airlines right now? Because it's not just this one. At this point, it's not isolated. Now, following the ValueJet situation, we also had the Ibom Air situation. So, and you've been covering the sector for a while. So, does this reveal something about Nigeria's airlines right now?
Well, first of all, I want to say that it first of all reveals something about the situation of the country. You know, it's a breakdown. Like I always say, it's a breakdown of law and order, first of all. before you now come down to the airports. Because I mean, it's because it happened at the airports. That's why it's getting so much attention. It could have happened at the car park. It could have happened just anywhere. So people who want to breach, I mean, because of who they know or because of their personality, they feel they can get away with anything. So you have individuals or personalities who should show example, coming to a public place like the airports, and you're being told what to do. So it's a breakdown of law and order, like I'd say, and people having this entitlement mentality that they cannot abide by the laws. Aviation laws, like I say, is global. Aviation laws, are laws that set out to ensure that there's safety. So when you breach that law, it becomes a breach of safety. So yeah, so it's some concerns to show that is our airports really safe now, where individuals or personalities can just do whatever they want to do and then get away with it. So I think it should gather some concerns, and I'm happy that the NCAA, the FAN, and also the terminal authorities too are doing something, are reviewing their laws, are reviewing protocols to ensure that this doesn't happen again. So yes, I believe over the next 1 month, few weeks, you'll be seeing some reviewed, protocols being issued by FAN, being issued by NCAA as a follow-up to what has happened. Yeah.
Right, and incidents like this, oftentimes you see that incidents like this actually highlight gaps in both customer service, operational discipline as well, which you rightly alluded to, talking about the breakdown of law and order generally, even in the country. So, but what issues do you think this particular case brings to the surface?
Okay, I'm not sure I got that again. Can you rephrase, please?
So I'm speaking to what you've already alluded to. You did mention that what we saw was a breakdown in law and order, right? And I also am adding to it that what we also saw, what this incident is, an incident like this could also highlight, is a gap in customer service and operational discipline. So my question is, what issues do you actually think this particular case brought to the surface in terms of customer service and operational discipline?
All right, thank you very much. I think, first of all, when it comes to customer service, I want to believe that I personally, I've flown through the Nigerian airports a few occasions. I mean, sometimes, and I see on few occasions how the crew members attend to passengers, and I'm not really impressed. I don't want to start mentioning names of airlines, but I think this has to do with most of our airlines. There's a way you approach someone and the person would respond really good, but there's a way you approach people and they feel offended, and then you get the response you get from them. So I think that there has to, first of all, be a reorientation amongst all the airlines on how this crew are trained. There just has to be some reorientation. When you travel out of the country, there's a way. So in some countries, not all of them, crew attend to you and you are really, really delighted. But in some cases, the crew is talking to you and you are feeling really insulted, or you're feeling, is this person the one that paid for my flight, or is that something I don't know? So I think there should be some training. There should be a reorientation amongst all the airlines in Nigeria on how passengers should be treated. That's one. Then on protocol too, and there should also be some reorientation. For example, what happened with the airline with ValueJet, I feel like it shouldn't have happened if the pilots had taken control of the situation very well. Somebody is blocking the way. You didn't have clearance to move, but you moved. And, if you could see that video, we want to play that video again, or if you look at that video, that was a serious breach of safety. The wing of the aircraft was going to hit Quam 1, so I have never seen that kind of thing in aviation. That's safety breach. So I think so. There should just be a reorientation all over, from the pilots to the crew to the ground handlers. Everybody needs to get trained. Everybody needs to know how to behave at some point, so that you don't get this kind of embarrassment, national embarrassment. Yes.
But you would also agree that sometimes perhaps the passengers also don't carry themselves, or they don't actually abide by some of these laws. Like we also the one that followed was the case of the Ibom Air situation, and of course they've been back and forth about her being told to turn off her device and her not turning off her device, and she being told to delete the video that she was making and she not deleting it. However, in any case, I know for sure that there's no reason to treat someone the way she was treated. But are there also ways in which the passengers perhaps might, is there a reason why sometimes passengers tend to be a little will I say stubborn, or don't want to abide by some of these airline rules and regulations?
Okay, thank you. Like I said initially, you have this breakdown of law and order in the society, and it spills over to the airports. It's sad, but you see that's happening at the airport. So it's about the individual now. There's something they call morals. When you don't exhibit morals, it tends to show, and it tends to sometimes embarrass you as a person. Looking at the lady, I'm yet to get a feedback. She's yet to speak about the issue. So I always like to weigh to hear from both sides. But let's look at what the airline had said. The airline said that they had told her to switch off the phone, and at some point there was an altercation between she and the crew and the air hostess, so to say, before she got interventions, and then she had to switch it off and all that. But then we've had also on social media people saying, eyewitnesses or people who were on the flight, who are alleged to be on the flight, saying that they saw the way the air hostess had approached her and had spoken to her in a rude manner. And that was how the whole thing escalated. She didn't like the way she was spoken to. She felt it wasn't honorable, so to say. She was disrespected, and that was why she was head on doing what she wants to do. But beyond that, as passengers, this is also to put this out there, that as passengers, we should all know that when you are in the flight, you are no longer in control of what happens in that flight, right? The signals of your phone, when they are on, could interfere with the signals that the pilot is getting, and that could even cause an accident. So just know that when you are on a flight, the air hostess, the crew, they are in control of that flight. So when they are telling you to do something, please just obey. Right? Just obey. I mean, if you are not satisfied with the way you are being spoken to, there are avenues where you can reach out to. You can even talk to the NCA. Their decks are all around the airport to say that I'm going to report this airline to you. This is how the crew spoke to me and I didn't like. And I like that the NCA has currently customer service to ensure that customer service decks to ensure that complaints of passengers are listened to and are acted on. So if you feel like you are being insulted by a crew, it's better to just keep mute, just obey what they tell you to do. When you land, you can take it up, right, with the authorities instead of fighting on the aircraft. So this is just me appealing to our passengers. We understand that, yes, people are different. This air hostess so are human beings like us, and I feel like when they don't speak to us in the right way and we talk to them about it, and you feel like you're not spoken to well, don't worry. Just do what they ask you to do. When you get down, you can down on board, you can speak to any of the agents, speak to NCA, even FAN is there to listen to you.
I mean, to avoid
and then I'm sure they will take it up.
Unfortunate circumstances. But you spoke about the NCAA. You think their response mechanisms, you think they're actually effective? I mean, both in this case and in the case of Kwam 1 and in the case of Comfort Airlines, do you think their response mechanisms are actually effective?
Okay, I would, from what I've seen so far, when you say response, before the fight had erupted, I mean, there were so many altercations. For example, in the case of Comfort, before the authorities had come, and you saw how they pulled the girl and all that, which wasn't really good. So I don't think the response team too, like I said everybody needs to be reoriented, everybody needs to be trained again, including the AFSEC, which is the fan security. They need to be trained again. Then NCA, since the issue had started, they had really taken it up. Yeah, and I like what they have done. They are asking for witnesses on the aircraft that day to come up and speak. So it's beyond. Yes, the girl has been released, but NCA is still doing their findings. They are still carrying out findings to know what really happened, what really transpired on the flight. So I think so far, let us give them the benefit of doubt and see what comes out in the coming days.
Right, and let's look at one common factor that we've seen here is the role of social media, the huge role it has played in shaping public narrative, because some would say that the only reason why the authorities have come back and said, after the 6-month ban which was given to Kwamwon, they had taken a step back and said they've reduced it to one month. And also Comfort Emerson in her case was already taken to Kirikiri, but now she's been released. So we know certainly that it was because of public outrage. How does that change the way airlines handle disputes and manage their reputation?
Okay, thank you very much. I, in particular, do not support what Comfort did, right? In fact, with what she did, she's supposed to be behind bars now. But unfortunately, because Kwamwon's issue was already there, and then we had Oshomole's issue, and these issues were almost swept under the carpet for me, because justice wasn't really done on this issue. Giving 1 month suspension to someone who blocked an entire aircraft, I don't think that's good enough, right? Oshomole's case too with Airpeace, nothing happened. That was also swept under the carpet. So the public outrage came when Comfort, who is the daughter of nobody, who do not know the president or do not know the governor, do not know anyone, was arrested immediately. That was when the public outrage had happened. And that happened because of past incidents with the Oshomole and Kwamwon. Now, if that had been an isolated case, I can tell you that she'll still be behind bars. So we are not here to support wrongdoings. We are not here to support people who breach safety rules. No, what she did was wrong, and we need to call a spade a spade. Also, on the other hand, how the airlines had handled the matter was totally wrong. We need to call a spade a spade. Both parties were wrong, and anyone who breaches safety, like Comfort did, like Kwamwon did, like Oshomole did, should also be behind bars. But because we have this people who know people, and people who are personalities in the society, we just allow some of these things, go under. It is what it is. So we'll have to deal with it. But we hope that these incidences will teach us lessons. We'll have to learn from them going forward.
And speaking of some of these lessons, just share with us some of the practical lessons from these situations for the passengers, for the airlines, for regulators themselves. What could some of these lessons be?
Okay, like I said initially when I started, passengers should know that, yes, they also have their rights, but when you don't know how to apply your rights, when you don't know how to go about your rights the right way, it becomes an offense. It becomes a breach on safety in aviation. So you know your rights. Please report to the regulatory authorities. Report to NCA. If you feel NCA has not done anything about it, you go to FAN. If FAN hasn't done anything about it, please contact your lawyers. You can sue anyone who you feel has infringed on your rights. Yes, everyone is entitled to a lawyer as long as you can afford one. So even if you can't afford one, there are civil societies there to defend you. So know your rights, right? Please, but go about it the right way. This is for the passengers. For the airlines, like I said, please, airline operators need to reorientate their crew. Like I said, I have sometimes been spoken to in rude manner, even at the airports. But I just think, oh, well, it's one of those things. You don't know what this person is going through. But that's wrong. Because for me to, come book your aircraft, book your airline to fly, it means I have some level of trust. There are other competing airlines there. So, like they say, passengers are king. So I should be treated like a king if I'm going to book your airline. But then that doesn't mean I would insult you, So please, let us have some respect. Let us have courtesy. Let us know how to speak to this, to passengers at all times. And I don't think there's any sane passenger you'd speak to politely that won't listen. It's just being polite, that's all. Then to the authorities, to the NCA, we've seen that NCA, I'm sure you've seen the cases, you've seen that people need voice. But when you are not there, it looks like they are voiceless. Please, be there for these passengers. Be there, listen to them, and act on what they have said. If the airlines need to be fined, fine these airlines. I'm sure when 1, 2, 3 airlines are fined on infringement on passengers' rights, the other airlines will learn from it. We can't be having a crew speak to passengers the way they want. It's not done. So please, NCA, FAN, let us wake up to the call. We have a big issue on our hands, and we need to defend the passengers' rights. We also need to defend the airlines' rights as well. Yeah, thank you.
The call. That brings me to my final question. With a case like this, do you see us seeing a turning point for reforms in Nigeria's aviation industry?
Yes, I believe there should be a turning point. In fact, there is a turning point. Like the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has said, this has taught all parties a lesson. Now the world is watching, and I'm happy it's a social media era. Anything you do there, you think nobody is watching. Before you know, the phones are on your face. The phones are on your face, and you should be careful what you're doing. You don't even know who is just by your side, taking note of what you do. And you don't have a voice more than the voice that people see on social media. If you insult somebody on social media, people are saying it. They say, well, you insulted the person, but you're saying you didn't insult the person. Social media is there to validate. Social media is more like the first witness before any other witness. So let's be careful. Let's tread carefully. I feel like this whole thing should have escalated to this level if we have people who comport themselves, if people had comported themselves well, people had been in the best behavior, this shouldn't have escalated. And I believe that it has taught lessons to everybody. Going forward, I know that even the personalities in the society would be more careful going forward and would abide to the law and ensure that they don't breach safety. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ifeoma Okeke Courage, aviation editor here at Business Day. Thank you very much for joining the big story this morning.
You're welcome.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Social Listening right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the round on social media. Of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine.
Let's come to Lagos. Lagos is where it's happening. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has started the first stage of the Property Identifier Project. Now, this is a new digital system that will change how properties are identified, and every property will have its own QR code and a color code for its local government. This will make it easier to find locations, respond to emergencies, and deliver services. At the launch, Housing Minister Ahmed Dangiwa said more than 97% of land in Nigeria is not officially titled. I found that shocking. This means it cannot be fully used for things like getting bank loans or whatnot. He also plans to bring that number down to 50% within 10 years by digitizing land records and using global best practices. Let's see some of the reactions very quickly on social media. I must say I found it a little bit shocking when I saw that many of the lands are not titled. I don't even think we Nigerians really have an understanding of a land and land titles and what land titles, which of the land titles matter. But like people, okay, yes, firstly, people are even trying their best to even see if they can even get the land. So if they get the land, they don't even know all of these things. But I think it's important now that it's bringing it to the forefront for people to know what these things are, what not having a titled land might mean. But Daniel says most are unoccupied and most are not developed. Saying most of the lands are not occupied, most of the lands are not developed. Let's see if you have more reactions on social media. Abasani says it remains to be seen whether Dangiwa's plans will truly address the complex challenges of housing and data collection in Nigeria. Well, we'll see. Abu Fikayami says a step in the right direction. More reactions to this conversation. Well, Valentine, do you think that digital mapping and land titling can solve Nigeria's property problems?
So, I mean, truth be told, it's a good step forward that they can begin to be more sensitive about properties and property owners who might not have had the opportunity to now, or maybe had the finance to not necessarily perfect their title, but at least be in the know. Now, whether it says about 90% of people, right? 90% of lands don't really have titles. Again, from what I know, titling comes in different forms. You have CFO, you have what's called the other one, you have deed of assignments, you have receipts, there are different lineups before you finally get the CFO, right? But the fact that your land is registered in Surveyor General's office, lands and survey, in different ministries of your state, means that at least they identify you. Now, when you're talking about titles, and you're talking about the full package of all these different stages of titling to the level of CFO. However, it's good that they're moving towards this direction, such a way that it can enable proper digital mapping, identification in case there's an emergency, people can respond. But there's some things we're not seeing there. When we talk about one of the reasons why they want to do this, so that they can respond to emergencies. My question is, in responding to emergencies, if eventually they go ahead with this new arrangement of making sure lands are titled and easily to be identified, if they go ahead with this thing and it begins to work, hopefully it works, and we don't have the Nigerian effect that comes into it, what about the people who respond in an event where there's an emergency? You need the healthcare to also be intact. You need ambulances. Only yesterday I was talking about why it's important that the money that they said that has been put into healthcare, 5 point something trillion or so, that how come we're not seeing the effect of it based on emergencies? Imagine if we have those ambulances stationed close enough to some certain districts so that they can respond to emergencies. That would make sense. Meaning to say that this other titling thing will also be more effective. However, some will argue that even when you have your title, you have everything put in place, and you build your house, are you fully covered that somebody wouldn't come tomorrow when they change government. Someone comes tomorrow and then, because they're trying to spite the previous government, pull up a law and they knock down your building. We've seen this thing over and over again on social media where somebody has gone through a lot, worked hard for years, took their pension, built a home for themselves or whatever it is, or built their house while they're working, and they want to come and retire in their house. And then all of a sudden, some law is put in place and someone tells you, we don't know if you're the owner of this land, so therefore we'll knock down your building, or we want to put some government facility or something within that area, or maybe you built your house beside waterways or beside some drainage. Didn't they know all this while? So a lot of people have some of their own misgivings. Some will have their interpretation of it. Again, if they can identify your land, it could mean a lot. I don't want to go in depth into it, but whatever it is that will come out of this, let's just hope it's positive, because people are getting a lot of really worried. You see houses being pulled down in different areas. Only recently they spoke about they want to move across to begin to, affect the issue of removing illegal buildings. What if someone has that land was legally acquired, has all the documents, everything, and then builds his home on it, and then you now come and say no, you shouldn't build your home, your house or property on that land. Meanwhile, the person has full title. What happens? So people are worried, and this thing will have its own adverse effect on businesses in Lagos. Those who want to come to Lagos to buy property, buy land, and build a business and create jobs, begin to wonder, wait a minute, if Mr. A, who we thought was good and go, right, quote and unquote, good to go, with his property and his business for over 15 years, I mean, someone doesn't occupy that land for 15, 20 years, and his house and everything, and business is running, and come one day and I say, no, there's an issue with this, let's knock it down.
Okay, so but that's I think that also goes back to how we have Omonile issues. There are so many people that have there's so many people that have like the right to one land. So we need to that needs to be tightened up. I don't know much about this Omonile, but I know that happens where you think you bought land from
land grabbers who come.
Yes, and then these guys come and say it's their land and all of that. So that also goes to why titling is important, because at that point if you have a proper title, maybe a CFO, then it gives you more leverage. But if it's just a freehold, you probably lose the land. So you're even speaking to me, I'm also speaking to myself, but if it's just a freehold land, then you probably lose the land. And here in Lagos, where it's like different families that have what's it called?
I'm good to mention this.
To a land.
I'm good to mention this. I always tell people, look, even if you don't have CFO yet, make sure you register to what you have with Alausa. Go to Alausa and do that. Those who live in Lagos. Why? Because once you, now again, I'm not an authority in that area, but from what I know, if you're paying land use and your name is registered there, you're paying land use, you have some form of authority over that land, because
so land even use. If you don't have a property on, if it's just an empty land,
again,
is that what you're saying?
That probably will come under the area of urban and general planners, okay? Where they want to force you to, if at all such a thing does exist, they go and develop your land or we'll take it from you. I don't think such a thing does exist. But if it does, however, right, that will be on a second basis after you have made sure that your land is covered. But for people who have properties, you bought, you only have receipts, right? And you built your house, okay? Maybe you have deed of assignment because you bought from a certain family, okay? Now, you start building your home on that land, and you're not registered, your land is not registered in lands and survey. They go and search your land, it doesn't come up on the internet. If someone goes and do a research, it's not there, you run a very big risk. Because while you're busy thinking you're building your legacy, someone's going behind, because you have a lot of crafty people go behind and look for ways, manipulate, scheme to take your land from you. And most of these people, they have no conscience, nothing to keep them honest. So I think it's a welcome idea for the government to now say, let us now bridge that gap, reduce that number from 90-something% or 90% to 10%, to now say we can identify this face or this family with this land, right, and well titled, such a way that if there's an emergency or maybe if there's a crime committed somewhere, we can trace you to that land. There's some form of, quote and unquote, connection with your NIN, to your BVN, to your property, to your address. That would make a lot of sense, though. So it's a give and take. It's good on one corner because it enables for proper identification in an event where there's a crime or there's a kidnap or something. You know, they can trace the person down to wherever their property is. Then on the other side, you know, there's also a misgiving, knowing that, look, in this whole process, hope no one wants to go and hijack your land. A lot of people get worried. What if I start titling up? They now realize, wait a minute, you don't have your title up to the level of CEO. What if someone goes behind and then wants, you know, maneuver and collect your land? So proper, you know, orientation, proper information needs to cut across board for those who own lands around Nigeria, the whole country, and, you know, in different states, really, for that to work and work effectively.
Right, there are actually many layers to this conversation, but let's move from Lagos to Ogun State, where a car race with a betting price of just 30,000 naira has ended in tragedy. In Nikpara, in Remo, 3 suspected Yahoo boys organized the race, and one of them lost control while driving at high speed, crashing into a shop and killing 2 people instantly. Wow. The driver and 2 passengers were trapped in the car. The driver died at the scene, and the other 2 died later in the hospital. Videos from witnesses showed the wrecked car, the damaged building, and people trying to help. Officials said that the Lexus car had no registration and the race took place on a public road. Well, sad turn of events there, really. If you're thinking about the amount of money involved, 30,000 naira, losing lives on betting. It also speaks to the poverty, you know, the poverty in the land.
Again, so I would not even bring the idea of poverty. You can drive the exchange rate is high. 1,000 is no longer cheap.
We don't know how the vehicle came about.
That's another thing. But if someone will entrust his vehicle to you that he bought with this amount of money, he must believe that if anything goes wrong, he can pay for it. However, let's move from the cost of the vehicle to the actual reason why we're talking about this, which is the accident itself, over 30,000 naira. This is the question. You see, when you don't have the proper facility on ground to do a particular thing or carry out a particular thing, then why do it in the first place? If they really want to get into car racing, they should wait until Nigeria wins the bid to do Formula One and go there and go and show their skills, where you have people to respond in emergency and everything. I'm not trying to be insensitive to the fact that they lost their lives, but I'm saying that for what it's worth, okay, for what it's worth, you should understand the risk involved. Even if the bet is for 500,000, it's not worth paying the ultimate price.
Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media. I'm very curious to see how people are speaking to this conversation. I mean, you could say greed, you could say boredom, you could say it's just plain recklessness. Yes, that's a comment from Duke of Olumorok. He says they lost their lives because of 30,000. I think that person is still in disbelief. He's still in unbelief about how much at stake.
See, a car worth millions.
Millions to place a bet.
See what I'm trying to say?
So,
30K.
You know, make it make sense. Let's see if we have more reactions to this conversation on social media. Yes, we talked about this one. Nature Girl, she said the car worth millions to place a bet worth 30K. Make it make sense. Let's see more reactions on social media. Oyeka Dupe says the painful thing here is the 2 innocent people they killed. The painful thing here is the 2 innocent people killed in the process. I'm telling you, those ones were just living their life, going about their daily business.
And probably came out in the morning.
Cardozo says, I can't even risk it for 10 million naira. I will accept that your car is faster than playing unnecessary games with my life.
You know, I think this third comment is an eye-opener. And this goes beyond just cars. If you kind of run, you know, a similar situation or event to what's going on in our daily lives, you understand that, look, this happens every now and then. Unfortunately, this one hit the news. Or rather, fortunately for us, this one hit the news so that we can talk about it. I've gone to social gatherings where people will line up and they place a bet on who can drink more than the other person. I'm talking about alcohol. And you wonder, wait a minute, even if you win this contest, that you can probably drink 3 or 4 bottles, and the other guy can take only 2. Is it that after drinking, you're going to cogitate it out or what? It's going to go into your system. You know, your liver, your kidneys, everything will have to be exposed. What am I trying to say is this. At the end of the day, responsibility goes way beyond just, you know, knowing what to do, but knowing what to do at the right time, knowing when to say no, having some level of constraint. It doesn't make you, quote and unquote, right, an uncool person. There's this name we used to call them, those when we were in university, that if you have not strong-willed and you can do some certain things, they call you a Jew man. So you see, the truth of the matter is that it doesn't make you a Jew man. And this, I'm not just trying to sound in quote and unquote Jew as in people who live in Middle East. No, I'm talking about it's just a slang in university. But anyways, the thing is, it doesn't make you someone who is not trending. And the word trending, again, we misuse it here. Someone who is not cool to be around, let me use that word. If you can say no to some certain things. You see, it's better to bow away from a contest that you know is not worth it than try to prove your point only to pay the ultimate price. And this, in this case, is one of those things. I'm sure whoever it is, and again, we are not going to say the fact that they might have been under the influence of alcohol. However, in trying to say, look, 30K for the winner, and you ask yourself a question, is it even worth it? The other guy there said 10 million is not even worth it. That's the fact. It's not a racetrack. It's a busy road. Now, apart from the people who played Russian roulette with their lives, and they've lost it now, what about those who had no business in the so-called betting thing, just going about their business? They got killed. There's a lesson to learn from all this, really. That being responsible is not only about yourself. You have to be responsible for other people around you. I see people drive vehicles, and as soon as they get to zebra crossing, even when the light is saying green, see someone standing there, they still want to drive past. Then you're not responsible enough to handle the steering. And so the same thing with any other person who wants to play Russian roulette with their lives. Now, in this case, they've lost it. And they've made other people pay the ultimate price for their stupidity and foolishness. So I don't draw any sympathy in that angle. I only draw sympathy for the families of those people who got killed, who were not in a vehicle, who were just maybe bystanders or they were inside the shop doing their businesses, you know? So it's unfortunate to see this kind of thing. However, there's a lesson to learn from here, which is this: at every point in time, know the kind of friends you have around you. Remember this, whether or not you like it. As you grow older, you must practice what they call OQP. And these are the words of Les Brown. What does OQP mean? Only quality people. Why is that so? When you hang around with some certain persons who you know will not lead you to a greater destination, you let them go. Not because you hate them. Because if this person is no longer playing a valuable point in my life. Friends can make you or break you. In this case, even make you pay the ultimate price.
Absolutely.
And there we go now. For how much? 30,000.
Well, we really empathize with those who lost their lives along the line, the other 2 people, and also these guys who were also participating in the betting competition, so to speak, betting race. Quite unfortunate. We hope that they're so rest in peace.
And before we go, now when you now talk about, when people point fingers at road safety, oh, they like to harass people, oh, like to do this, oh, why is that police people like to stop you and ask for? In this case, wouldn't we have prayed that road safety and police checkpoint was on that road?
Yeah.
You see now, if we had them there, they will stop you. In fact, that wouldn't have taken place. They will still stop you and ask you, yes, can we know who you are? Check and balance, can we see your papers? In that case, they could have de-escalated. That bet wouldn't have taken place.
Very correct, actually.
So there's a lesson to learn.
There's actually always a lesson. There's always different sides to situations. And just like you said, if there was road safety, we might not be saying what we're saying today. But
so they play a major role.
My heart goes out to those who lost their lives and their family members. Really, it was truly a sad and tragic situation, a huge tragedy, really. But that's where we will leave it today on the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We looked at Nigeria's huge land tilting gap And we also looked at the deadly race that claimed 5 lives in Ogun State. But we'll leave there today. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
welcome to the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us. Let's see what's making headlines. Federal government rules over what spent 2024 capital funds into 2025 budget. 6 oil projects to unlock 800,000 barrels per day for Nigeria. Agents licensing fee jumps 20-fold in new customs review. Seplat Energy sets exchange rates for second quarter dividend of 4.6 cents to Naira shareholders. U.S. refiners shifts to Nigeria's crude oil on geopolitics. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has begun integrating unspent capital expenditures from 2024 fiscal year into its 2025 budget, a move officials say is aimed at improving fiscal efficiency and driving infrastructure-led economic expansion. The policy announced Wednesday by the Ministry of Finance uses the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System to roll over unused capital funds. The effort, according to Wale Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, is part of a broader reform to streamline budget execution and improve public investment impact. At a high-level section in Abuja, Edu convened senior government officials to align on the strategy which mandates that all ministries, departments, and agencies secure financial warrants before entering into new contractual commitments. The Finance Ministry emphasized that the reforms are central to President Bola Tinubu's economic agenda, which targets a 7% annual GDP growth rate. The decision to repurpose unspent capital funds marks a departure from the past practice where such funds would often be lost to the budget cycle. Instead, the use of the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System platform allows for real-time tracking and deployment of public funds, offering more flexibility and transparency in the fiscal process. Moving on, the Nigerian oil industry is on the verge of a potential production rebound as a new wave of offshore projects backed by billions of barrels of untapped deepwater reserves promises to add over 800,000 barrels per day to national output. For years, Nigeria's oil output has been plagued by a mix of underinvestment, operational challenges, and security issues in its onshore fields, causing production to plummet to 1.5 million barrels per day as at July 2025, from a peak of 2.5 million barrels per day in the past decades. The solution, according to industry experts and government officials, lies in the deep blue waters of the Gulf of Guinea, where billions of barrels of oil and trillions of cubic feet of gas remained locked away. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has been the key driver of this new strategy, championing a collaborative framework that encourages existing operators to pool resources and infrastructure to develop smaller, economically marginal fields that would otherwise be left fallow. In other news, the Nigerian Customs Service licensing fee for agents and freight forwarders will increase 20-fold to 10 million naira. An internal custom memo shows that customs agents and freight forwarders applying for new licenses will pay 10 million naira rather than the current 515,000 naira charge. Renewal fees will rise from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira, while importers and exporters will also need to obtain bank bonds of up to 20 million naira from the current 350,000 naira as a financial guarantee. The last time fields were reviewed was in 2002, where the federal government increased the licensing fee for new customs clearing agents. Customs says the review is intended to reflect prevailing economic realities, including the value of exchange rates, addresses operational demands in line with Sections 103 and 107 of the Nigerian Customs Service Act 2023, which suggest that individuals who wish to transact business with a service shall have fulfilled all the licensing requirements imposed by this act or regulations made under this act. Still on, Seplat Energy PLC has set an exchange rate of 1,537.09 naira per US dollar for calculating its Q2 2025 interim dividend. The company disclosed this in a notice to the Nigerian Exchange signed by Chief Financial Officer Elano Adiralagbe. The rate applies to shareholders receiving payment in naira and is based on the Central Bank of Nigeria's foreign exchange market rate of August 12, 2025. For second quarter 2025, Seplat declared a dividend of US 4.6 cents per 50 kobo share, payable on August 28, 2025, amounting to $67.7 million, a 28% rise from the first quarter in 2024's payout. This comes as average daily working interest production surged to 134,492 barrels of oil equivalent per day in the first half of 2025. Revenue jumped 206.5% in the second quarter to 939.2 billion naira, lifting the first half of 2025 revenue to 2.1 trillion naira, already surpassing 2024's full year total by 31%. The growth was driven mainly by increased crude oil output. Despite higher production rising, direct cost and overhead squeezed margins, gross profit rose 18% to 215.8 billion naira in the second quarter, but the margin fell to 23% from 59.94%. Operating profit climbed to 239.9 billion naira. Yet, second quarter pre-tax profit slipped 0.76% to 139.4 billion naira due to cost pressures. In other business development, FIRS its 2025 oil revenue target early credit Niger Delta piece. The Federal Inland Revenue Service has met its 2025 tax revenue target for the oil and gas sector ahead of schedule, marking a major milestone in the government's efforts to bolster public finances amid ongoing economic reforms. Zach Adedeji, FIRS chairman, credited the improved security in the oil-rich Niger Delta for unlocking higher production volumes and profit, which in turn boosted tax receipts from the sector. The revenue achievement comes against the backdrop of President Bola Tinubu's push to enhance non-debt revenue and stabilize the economy through a combination of subsidy reforms, tax expansion, and tighter security measures. And to wrap up the business news are: imports from Nigerian hit 6-month high. American refiners are increasingly turning to Nigerian's light sweet crude as geopolitical tensions disrupt global trade routes, pushing imports from the West African nation to their highest level in 6 months. The shift comes on the heel of a sharp escalation in global shipping disruption. Industry analyst says the move is driven by the need for a stable and high-quality crude supply amid uncertainty in traditional sources like the Middle East and Russia. Nigerians burning light sulfur content, making it earlier and cheaper to refine into petrol and diesel. According to shipping data, U.S. imports of Nigerian crude have steadily climbed since early this year, reversing the previous downward trend. Analysts believe this could boost Nigerians' oil revenue in the short term, while deepening trade ties with the United States. However, experts warn that the surge may be temporary, as an easing of the global tensions or shift in refining economic could change import patterns. For now, Nigeria appears to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the ongoing geopolitical reshuffle in global oil markets. And that wraps up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 14th.
On this day in 1945, Japan surrendered to America, and this would put an end to World War II. The stock market would close the next day, August 15th, in celebration of the end of the World War. The next day, the markets would be open on August 17th, where the reaction was muted, with the Dow falling 0.25% and closing at 164.38. And on this day in 1947, India became independent from the British rule. British control of the South Asian country began in the mid-1800s with the East India Company. The company initially established itself in the subcontinent for trading purposes and then slowly took control over the princely states that separately ruled the country. A violent rebellion in 1857 prompted the British Crown to take over direct rule of India. The time between then and independence in 1945 was marked with violent and non-violent movements targeted towards gaining independent rule. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was a key figure in the non-violent civil disobedience movement against the British. Independence came with the country being partitioned into India and Pakistan. And on this day in 2014, Berkshire Hathaway shares reached $200,000 per share for the first time. Berkshire Hathaway originated in 1955 through the merger of Hathaway Manufacturing Company and Berkshire Fine Spinning Associates, forming a textile giant with 15 plants, over 12,000 employees, and $120 million in revenue. However, by the end of the 1950s, the company would shut down 7 plants, leading to significant layoffs. In 1962, Warren Buffett began purchasing Berkshire Hathaway stock at $7.50 per share through his investment fund, Buffett Partnership Limited, aiming to profit from a tender offer as the company liquidated assets. By 1963, Buffett's fund owned 7% of the company. In 1964, he offered to sell his shares back to the company for $11.50 each, a deal that C. Bree Stanton, the company's manager, verbally accepted. However, the written offer came in at only $11.357, which angered Buffett. Instead of selling, Buffett bought more shares, took control of the company, and eventually fired Stanton in 1965. Though he gained control, Buffett later called the investment his biggest mistake, estimating it cost him $200 billion in compounded returns over the next 45 years. He believed investing directly in insurance instead would have yielded much more higher returns. The company's last exile operations shut down in 1985. In 1962, Buffett also established his office in Omaha, Nebraska, at what is now Berkshire Hathaway's headquarters at Blackstone Plaza. As of the end of 2024, the headquarters employed only 27 people.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we've seen elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that Business Day has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel, at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talents. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call, we say, "My name is Josephine Shafi, how can I best serve you?"
Inclusive tourism is as simple as it sounds. Inclusive tourism, it means that every single person, from able to disabled, from buoyant to struggling, let me put it that way, is able to is able to enjoy our tourism and then to be able to exploit as locals. So I feel like inclusive tourism means focusing on people who both can access it because they are able and people who can't because they are disabled, and create things around those people that even though you're blind or you're deaf or you cannot walk, you still have access to to these cultural sites, and you don't feel left out because we have embraced what inclusive tourism is for as a whole. We need to look inward. We need to do better. We can have 100 of these conferences, but if we do not decide to take action as soon as possible, we will continue to talk. So my major takeaway again is we need to do better. We need to promote ourselves. We need to value ourselves. When you value yourself, you value what you have. You value your home. When you value your home, you don't talk bad about it. You try and make it better. You hide your secret. I believe that's what, having a home does. And so I believe very strongly again that we need to do better in terms of promoting our own culture. A lot of us at the end of the month or at the end of the summer, a lot of people are going abroad because they want to enjoy. It's Christmas, people want to go somewhere to explore that. We're going to Indonesia, we're going to Dubai. In fact, we're even so angry that Dubai is treating us so badly. I think though 45 years old must come accompanied. It's a joke. And I believe that by the time we start to respect ourselves, respect what we have as a company, as a country, and then it's very easy for people also to respect what we have. We do not come from the challenges point of view. Doesn't mean that it's not there. However, what we have done is to be able to, for instance, set up a training school. It's called Versaline Synergy Training School. This training school teaches both expatriates and locals on cultural competence. It teaches business owners on what to do when they want to set up a business. It teaches, on things like inclusive tourism. And then we also have an arm in our company also called the Hospitality Recruitment and Placement Services. What this means is basically an app-based company that allows you as a business owner to go online and then search for a job seeker who is already registered on our platform, and automatically there's an algorithm that matches. But beyond that, that is not the best of our features. We have a blacklist because you find that regardless of what structure you put into the hospitality industry, it is either going to succeed or fail determined on the kind of staff, the quality of staff that you have there. So it's very, very important that you have good quality of staff. And so we've said, you know what, this hospitality industry, the staff almost nearly get away with anything. And so this app has a blacklist end where any staff that you've hired that has misbehaved, as long as you're a member of our platform, you see that person, and so you don't make hiring mistakes. We also make sure that you go to the proper authorities for background checks. We do your address verification, your educational education. Before you're even placed, Versaline Synergy Training School partners with the hospitality recruitment. And before you're placed to anywhere, we've already trained you. And so this is how we are trying to make sure that by giving you stable, informed and educated people, it's very easy for them to come to your business and make it thrive. That is beyond what Versaline as a whole company, which is providing sustainable solutions to African-owned and African-based businesses in, generally.
I think infrastructure will happen as soon as one understands that you have to have a structure which is sustainable in growth. Growth and sustainability starts with its youth. So that's the first investment one has to take. The second one is, if you talk the industry of hospitality and tourism, is that one has to come to a climate where a traveler, regardless from where, can arrive, depart and travel within seamlessly. That means visa regulations and airports have to be addressed and have to be structured in a way that the experience is simply there, positive. The infrastructure itself, my God, roads are roads. Electricity is electricity. Perhaps it contributes to the charm of a country. It is wherever you are. But I want to reach the country. I want to get in and out without any issues. Because if you look into Nigeria, before even the infrastructure talk comes again, it's a story. We need to tell the story of Nigeria, the riches of culture, of history, their people, their music, their colors, wherever you're going through. That's what we need to tell. And then we have something to show the world that is Nigeria, and not to be perceived as a risk. We are too good. We are too rich in our heritage, in what we can present to the outside, what nobody has. Take it. So if you take Nigeria as the cradle of humanity, my God, 250 different ethnic groups, kingdoms, you have the Nok terracotta art. It's all there. And we need to tell this. People will be fascinated. But this has to be sent out, and we have to be proud ambassadors, all of us, to tell the outside, this is our Nigeria. This is where the African heartbeat is and will stay.
My major takeaway from today's event is we should be intentional and love what we do.
if you're a farmer, imagine you being a farmer. You can never curse the seed you're going to plant or curse the land in which you're going to farm. So you must bless it and always say, God bless Nigeria. Let's be intentional with our country. We're the ones who would write the story. We're the ones who have the pen to change the narrative of what tourism is in Nigeria and what Nigeria is as a whole. And people make country. So the more we become good people in terms of hearing, see, feel, the more tourism will grow. And tourism is the new oil money. Inclusive tourism is absolutely necessary because no man is an island. And then if we're Pan-Africa, we can always collaborate with all other countries within Africa, Pan-Africa tourism. Nigeria were known for us living outbound, but now inclusive, we could do inbound. Ikogosi described what Ikogosi looks like, as well as Obudukatu Ranch. Let's explore that. And there's so many other places one can explore. Delta states and Edo states. Imagine the moat of Benin City. That is already heritage. You go to London National Museum, you find all the artifacts in there. Perhaps maybe they may even have a clay from the moat. Our children don't even know history of the moat, which in those days was as, would I say, more historical than the China Wall. And in those days, just imagine where you could be looking at it from space. You could see the moat, but now you can see China Wall. So I believe inclusive tourism will promote our heritage, our culture. Let's dress. Wear adiwe. You can mix it. That is the inclusiveness, where everything can be infused and in sync.
Why is it needed now? It was needed yesterday. It's needed for the future. Tourism is the backbone on which countries can build their economic growth, their pride, job creation. As we said during the session, you look at countries like Singapore, you look at cities like Dubai, you look at countries like Turkey, and they realize very early on in the game that one of the ways they can elevate the entire country and the economics and the GDP was through tourism. People think tourism is about getting on a plane and going to a beach resort. There's medical tourism, there's academic tourism, there's religious tourism, there's business tourism, there's sports tourism, there's cultural tourism, there's culinary tourism. There is tourism for every aspect of business that you can think of. And when we curate a whole picture, motivating people to travel for any one of the reasons I just gave, that's what tourism is. So you can see it's all about economy. If you are a young entrepreneur and you are passionate about food, tap into culinary tourism. If you are passionate about religion, tap into religious tourism. It does not mean you become a tour operator. It means that you start to position and tell stories and narratives around your passion, and people will want to meet with you, travel to see you, or engage you in business that then elevates the economy. So take your passion. The minute you take your passion and you start talking about it and people start doing business with you in your passion, you have turned your passion into tourism.
The event is a wonderful one. I've learned about being deliberate and intentional about what you want to do. And of course, the need for us to develop an inclusive tourism in Nigeria, taking from the experiences of the Obudukatu Ranch, Ikogosi. It is important and instructive for us to develop our own tourism infrastructure so that people will stop having tourism flights, people going out of Nigeria when they have a lot of places that are unexplored here in Nigeria. His Excellency, the Governor of Cross River State, Senator Basio II, is a very deliberate and intentional man. To tell you that it's not just talking about developing the Obudukatu Ranch. Just last 2 weeks, the administration signed 18 billion, approved and signed 18 billion naira for the development of major infrastructural sites in the Cross River State. The Tinapa, the famous Tinapa, the Obudu Mountain Resort, of course, the Kwa Falls and the Agbokum waterfalls. Our government have been very, very deliberate about this, and of course, we believe that putting these things into place will open up Cross River even the more for tourists who have been enjoying the warmth of tourism in Cross River State. If you invest in tourism, especially in Cross River State, you are sure of making your money 200%. We told you the various tourist sites. We have the Nkarasi monolith, which of course I think is at the concluding stage of UNESCO taking it over as a world tourist for world heritage site. We have the Abukum waterfalls, which is over a 200 meters waterfall. These are all places that investors can come in and invest, build hotels, build holiday homes. Hydro energy can also be generated from there. So there are so many things. Of course, you see the Tina Park is a free trade zone. So investors who come in are very sure and are very certain that they will reap their investment. Of course, at the Obudu Mountain Resort, we have designed a premium estate. So investors can come in and also key into that by by investing in the estates that will be sold for the very high and mighty in the society.
Inclusive tourism.
Good day and welcome to this special edition of our program today as we mark International Youth Day 2025. Now, this year's global theme is From Cliques to Progress, Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development. In the Nigerian context, we've taken it a step further with our customized focus, which is on empowering the future, energizing sustainable pathways for youth innovation in energy, oil, and gas. Today, we shine the spotlight on how young Nigerians can harness digital skills, innovation, and creativity to transform one of our nation's most critical sectors, and in doing so, drive sustainability, inclusivity, and economic growth. Joining me today is a representative from one of the remarkable women whose leadership and expertise span industry, academia, and policy. A representative from the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. We have Dr. Ngozi Chinwe Ole, the National Chairperson of the Academia and STEM Committee at the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, WEOG, and also an Associate Professor of Law and Dean of Law at Christopher University, Nigeria. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
It's very lovely to have you. Happy International Youth Day.
Thank you. And happy International Youth Day to you.
Thank you so much. Let's talk about this year's theme. This year's theme is all about From Cliques to Progress, and we've adapted it to focus, on empowering youth innovation in energy, oil, and gas. From your perspectives in industry, academia, and regulation, how do you see young Nigerians shaping the future of this sector?
I would say that we have a lot of gaps because even from the team, we could see emphasis on the cradle, that's the foundation. And so foundationally speaking, Nigeria as a country, there is a lot of gap between where we should be if we really want to incorporate the youth in the future in the energy sector and also incorporate them in a manner that is sustainable. And I think the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what is the sustainable pathway? I think that's the first thing. When you look at the concept of sustainability, you are talking about, first of all, development matched with a balance in environmental imperatives, as well as a development that also matches with intergenerational equity. That is a development that does not compromise the future, where the youth and the children are incorporated. And if you look at the energy industry generally, you realize that there is a gap. It is tilted towards having people at certain age and also certain gender. And so you have the adults, that is not the youth this time around, people in their 40s and above dominating the sector. And you have a total exclusion of the youth, and even the youth are not also interested in participating in the energy sector because they do not understand why they should be interested in the sector, generally speaking. So we have to look at it from the cradle. What do we do to address the foundational issues And that is basically what this year's theme is all about. Galvanizing local actions to address the gaps and achieve a sustainable pathway for the youth in the energy sector and in every sector as well.
And when you say sustainable pathway, can you shed more light on this sustainable pathways?
When you talk about sustainability generally, you are talking of low carbon, and even in the energy industry, production of energy from fossil fuel in a manner that does not compromise or jeopardize the environment. And he's also talking about inclusivity of the use in that particular pathway. That is the sustainable pathway for the use. And from another aspect, he's talking about a progression plan. When you have an organization, are we really thinking of the use? Now we talk about ESG, environment, social governance. And everybody, all the organization, they will tell you we have our ESG plan, but do we have a youth progression plan? That is the question that we really need to think about as we are celebrating the International Youth Day. And you realize that most organizations do not have a succession plan. Now I want to bring it down to, I'm a lawyer. I head the Energy and Natural Resources team of Alliance Law Firm. It's a tier 1 law firm in Ikoyi. And we have what we call a sustainability progression plan, where if you are involved in a transaction, you have to start from the cradles. You include an associate, a senior associate, and then a partner, so that everybody is involved. It's not just people at certain level doing it. That is the sort of progression plan I'm talking about. So that tomorrow when the partner leaves, or maybe the senior associate leave, there is an associate who is aware of where this transaction started, and everybody is involved. So as we celebrate today, we must begin to think about the sustainability pathway. Do we have a progression plan? And even in our educational system, are we really being intentional about having an industry that involves the youth? What is our career plan like? What is our recruitment plan like? Are we intentional about inculcating the youth at a level that will be sustainable, at a level that will not jeopardize intergenerational equity?
All right, let's also talk about what specific digital and technical skills that young people need today to actually innovate in the energy, oil, and gas industry, and how these these skills, how they could be more accessible, especially to women and underrepresented groups in the community.
I mean, with respect to technology, there is no limit to it. I'm not really, I am tech savvy, but I'm not a technology person. But then the reality is everybody has to be tech savvy in today's world. And at the lower level, I would say that we need to have like computer IT education at every level, at least to the extent that will enable everybody globalize, because that is what it is all about. Everyone should be able to know how to maximize social media skills, for instance, because if you are even thinking of recruitment and progression in the oil industry, definitely you have to be out there. I, the recruiter, am not in your mind to know what you are capable of. It's what you put out there that would enable people come up to you and say, hey, you fit into our skills. And even when we just put out an advert there, you must be able to match certain skills, digitally speaking, to really fit into the roles. Everybody will be like on the minimal. You should know how to use Microsoft applications. Right. That is even minimally speaking. And people will take it forward to begin to ask you, how are you going to boost your appearance or boost the image of the company tech-wise? So every youth at a younger, maybe even from the secondary primary, people should be taught how to begin to fit into these roles, how to begin to meet up the technical expectations. So IT skills, related course should be encouraged from the cradle, at the university level, at the secondary level, and even during vacation. That is not typically a school thing as well. There should be what we call extracurriculum activities that is revolving around getting technical skills needed for the future and the present that we are all, eager to live in and also aspiring to get to.
Something you said really stuck out to me, and I think it even goes beyond, energy, oil, and gas. Like, just for everyone, you speak about how well how visible you are, and how you are even going to boost, the company by your image, boost the visibility of the company just by your image. And I see so many young people these days who are actually doing well. I have like a couple of, young mentees that they're still in university, but how they've been able to make use of their social media platforms to start being thought leaders. And I find it really impressive, because they would most likely not have to look for these jobs, because these jobs will already find them, because I can clearly see what they are about. But let's talk a little bit about bridging the gaps in education, because I know that you are also your hands are strong. I mean, you're Dr. Ngozi, in the educational sector, academia. Let's talk about how universities and research institutions can better prepare students for real world challenges in the energy sector, and ensuring that they're actually ready, and they're job ready, they're innovation ready upon graduation.
I will have to start by saying that we have to start with the foundation, because if the foundation is shaky, the Bible says it, what will the righteous do? If we don't begin, even from the nursery, primary level, to begin to teach people that these things, they concern. When you talk about energy, a typical person will be like, what are you talking about? What's my business? But energy is everything. In this room, I could count how many devices you are using, and all of them, energy is involved. And because it affects us, that's why everybody must have some level of knowledge.
It's part of our daily lives.
Yes, about how it functions. So it should also be taught at the nursery, primary, secondary, and then tertiary level. And it should be brought home to people, brought home by maybe having stimulants. Maybe you have career talks, and that's what we are trying to do in Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. We actually have student chapters, and we are trying to expand from the university student chapters to the secondary, maybe down to even having career shows, events at the primary level, where students will begin to think about, there is energy, and is also part of what I should do. Because when you go for, let's say, Children's Career Day, rarely will you see anybody that will say, maybe I'm a petroleum engineer. Or this is always, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a doctor. They go for the obvious. But when you begin to create this awareness at that level, people will now begin to think about it. And then they will fit into the role in the future. That's number one. Number two, there should be encouragement from the industry. I can't emphasize this enough. Encouragement can come in form of competitions, competitions, and the competition shouldn't just be purely academic. It should also be made youth friendly. There are some competitions that could be beauty related, but then it is bringing people to think in terms of energy and energy carrying. And I think recruiters should also be very intentional. The gap is just too much. I mean, when you look at it for women in particular, or even female youths, it's worse. In the energy industry, it's purely male-dominated. At the leadership level, you have about 18% being only female. And it's not because we don't have female population. So it brings us to the question, what is really happening? So companies need to really be interested in being intentional about recruiting youths, about recruiting female youths especially. And how can they do it? You can set out a quota. When people are coming to apply, it's not out of place. If everybody is qualified already and you are calling them for an interview, to tilt the scale of balance a little bit in the favor of those who are underrepresented, as long as they have the requisite skills. So recruiters have to be intentional, and we should have stimulants as well. And then, like I also said, the curriculum should be revamped or reinvigorated to incorporate, all such activities that will stimulate interest in, such careers that would enhance sustainable pathways for youth in the energy industry.
I think you've kind of answered the next question I was going to ask you, because I was going to ask you about the role of companies and regulatory bodies. I think you can talk to the aspect of regulatory bodies, their role in the role that they play in actually creating platforms and mentorship programs and funding opportunities itself for youth-led sustainable energy projects?
For the regulators, they have a lot to do. My boss, Ms. Uche Obival, SAN, in the law firm where I am, Alliance Law Firm, is a firm advocate of what he calls energy justice. I think he should be one of the foremost proponents in Nigeria of energy justice. You know, we think energy, but we don't also look at it from the justice point of view. Is it really fair to everybody in terms of inclusivity and sharing the ills and the burdens alike and participation in governance? If you look at the Petroleum Industrial Act, we are lacking in that area. There is really nothing said about including those who are underrepresented. There is nothing said so much about being inclusive in it. We have a lot of educational related packages, but are they really inclusive? That's the question we need to really address. Are we really being intentional about including the youth and especially the females? You discover that you don't have anything as such, any such provisions. And the regulator would really need to sit down and do that, because if you don't, you can't really address energy poverty, because all hands must be on deck if you want to address energy poverty. Otherwise, the youth you neglect will jeopardize your efforts. They will go, some of the youth vandalize energy infrastructures, and you'll be out crying foul. They don't even understand what they are doing. But the minute you begin to talk about educating them, providing it in laws and policies, being intentional about releasing funds and making sure that the funds are getting to the right people at the right time, you discover that the gap will really be bridged on time. As opposed to you are pouring in effort, some people are jeopardizing it, some are indifferent because they do not really understand. And the people we are talking about are the youths in particular.
Just before I let you go, and as I let you go, if I was to, today, you had a free check, blank check, and you could implement one national initiative right now to energize youth innovation in oil and gas and renewable energy sectors, while ensuring that they're sustainable and inclusive, what will it be and why?
Well, I think what I would do is to mandate a certain percentage in what's it called, recruitment quota for the underrepresented, especially the youths, the young girls and the women. I would implement it and maybe give bonuses to companies that are enforcing it, while kind of finding an economic way to chastise companies that are not enforcing it. And the reason why I would do like that is because if I do that, then the educational initiatives will follow. If people feel that if you educate the girl child, if you pull youths, it's going to be beneficial to them, companies, then you see that people will be coming up with educational programs that will fit into the needs. So that would be the one thing I would want to do, even at the policy level or at the regulatory level.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ngozi Chinwe-Ole, the National Chairperson of the Academia and STEM Committee at the Women in Oil and Gas, also an Associate Professor of Law and Dean of Law at Christopher University, Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Much.
And once again, happy International Youth Day.
Yes, thank you. Happy International Youth Day to you too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. You've been watching the International Youth Day special today on Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at noon. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. The federal government begins plans to clear Genco's 4 trillion naira debt, says Edun. And a new tax law to attract investment in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. And $60 billion Chinese-funded bullet train nears federal government's approval. Israel kills at least 100 in a day. 8 more starved to death in Gaza. Sports condemn cowards for racially abusing tail. And now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has announced plans to settle the 4 trillion naira debt government, the Sedal Nigeria Limited, and China Landside Petroleum Investment Holdings Limited revealed that construction would soon begin on the 4,000-kilometer network linking Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Port Harcourt, a decade after it was first conceived. Samuel Uko, Chief Executive Officer of the Sadal, announced that the $55 billion of the funds earmarked for the first phase is ready, adding that the partial operations could start before full completion. And the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Egberpe Eko, assured investors that they would not be lagging behind in terms of gas, which is the precursor of the project. On the foreign scene, medical sources have revealed that about 100 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli attacks across Gaza since dawn. According to reports, there has been intensification of strikes on the northern parts of the besieged enclave, where 61 people were killed in Gaza City alone. The report added that Israeli airstrikes on groups trying to secure the distribution of aid in Gaza City, also killed at least 12 people on Wednesday night. And in the last 24 hours reporting period, at least 8 people, including 3 children, died from Israeli-imposed starvation and malnutrition, bringing the total number of hunger-related deaths since the war began in October 2023 to 235. And also end the news, Tottenham say they are disgusted by the racial abuse received by forward Mathys Tel following their defeat by Paris Saint-Germain in the UEFA Super Cup. The club, who lost 4-3 on penalties after letting slip a 2-goal lead, said people who had sent abusive messages to Tel on social media were nothing but cowards. Tel 20 came on as a substitute in the 79th minute and was one of the 2 Spurs players who failed to convert from the sport and the penalty shootout. A sports statement comes after England defender Jess Carter revealed she had been the target of racist abuse during Euro 2025 last month. And now this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day television. Good night.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 14th.
On this day in 1945, Japan surrendered to America, and this would put an end to World War II. The stock market would close the next day, August 15th, in celebration of the end of the World War. The next day, the markets would be open on August 17th, where the reaction was muted, with the Dow falling 0.25% and closing at 164.38. And on this day in 1947, India became independent from the British rule. British control of the South Asian country began in the mid-1800s with the East India Company. The company initially established itself in the subcontinent for trading purposes and then slowly took control over the princely states that separately ruled the country. A violent rebellion in 1857 prompted the British Crown to take over direct rule of India. The time between then and independence in 1945 was marked with violent and non-violent movements targeted towards gaining independent rule. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was a key figure in the non-violent civil disobedience movement against the British. Independence came with the country being partitioned into India and Pakistan. And on this day in 2014, Berkshire Hathaway shares reached $200,000 per share for the first time. Berkshire Hathaway originated in 1955 through the merger of Hathaway Manufacturing Company and Berkshire Fine Spinning Associates, forming a textile giant with 15 plants, over 12,000 employees, and $120 million in revenue. However, by the end of the 1950s, the company would shut down 7 plants, leading to significant layoffs. In 1962, Warren Buffett began purchasing Berkshire Hathaway stock at $7.50 per share through his investment fund, Buffett Partnership Limited, aiming to profit from a tender offer as the company liquidated assets. By 1963, Buffett's fund owned 7% of the company. In 1964, he offered to sell his shares back to the company for $11.50 each, a deal that C. Bree Stanton, the company's manager, verbally accepted. However, the written offer came in at only $11.357, which angered Buffett. Instead of selling, Buffett bought more shares, took control of the company, and eventually fired Stanton in 1965. Though he gained control, Buffett later called the investment his biggest mistake, estimating it cost him $200 billion in compounded returns over the next 45 years. He believed investing directly in insurance instead would have yielded much more higher returns. The company's last exile operations shut down in 1985. In 1962, Buffett also established his office in Omaha, Nebraska, at what is now Berkshire Hathaway's headquarters at Blackstone Plaza. As of the end of 2024, the headquarters employed only 27 people.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And lastly, we have Adeze Kingsley Anyango, Head Personal Banking Sector at Access Bank UK Limited. Thank you so much for joining us, Adeze. Please say hello to our listeners.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, hanging out with you, and I look forward to a productive session.
Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, moving on. I would like to give you a quick rundown of this section. So first off, we'll be taking a brief presentation from our speakers before we move straight to the Q&A section. So thank you for joining us. And of course, this is going to be an insightful one. So going forward, I would like to call on our first speaker, Adetayo Jinadu, to proceed with his presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ethel. I would just share my screen, just a second.
Okay. All right, so while we wait for Adetayo to share his screen, I would like to indulge us all. If you know a friend who needs to be here and is not here yet, please do well to share the meeting link with them, your family member, because this is an interesting topic. And of course, it's always a pleasure to discuss financial literacy because it's a topic that is very important in this our present day generation. So thank you for being here. Okay, I think his screen is up now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you once again. So just a little brief. We've been given a little lesson and just been tasked to create little slides. For the most part, we're trying to make this presentation as short and simple as possible and straight to the point. The focus of the session is budgeting and investing for financial freedom. But to make sure we are able to cover enough topics in this little presentation, I am going to be focusing primarily on the investment aspect because I mean budgeting. There's loads of tools online for you to access. If you're listening in, everyone pretty much has an idea of the 50-30-20 rule. There's a lot of resources as well available, but on the investment aspect of things, it's a lot more complicated, and people might find it difficult to understand. So we'll be going into that in this presentation. So first off, as a rule of thumb for us at Zcrest and Zcrest World, we always believe that examples are literally the best ways to learn. So first things first, we would be going through this approach by presenting scenarios. And one perfect scenario we always use is if you had 10 million naira, where would you put it? Where would you invest it? You just luckily received 10 million naira from an uncle, from a friend. What should you do with that? So to give you a little time to think about it, would you put it in a bank? Would you put it in a fixed deposit? Would you find a money doubling scheme to put that money in? We'll present a few scenarios as we go through these slides and probably learn a few things as to what you should do if you have any sort of money, whether it's 5,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 500k or 10 million that we have in this scenario. So example one, scenario one, you are promised 30% yield in 90 days. This is an option. It's a viable option for certain people. But of course, we'll go through what could happen if you choose any of these scenarios that I'm going to mention here. Scenario B, you choose to put it in a bank. You promise a yield of 3 to 4%. Of course, here you promise safety as well. Scenario C, you choose to put it and invest it or keep the money in a fintech, which promises you 17% annually. And scenario D, you choose to use a SEC licensed asset manager who is yielding about 15 to 21% annually. So What happens? These are the four scenarios again. A, 30% in 90 days. B, a bank, which yield 3 to 4% annually. C, a fintech, which will be 17% annually. And D, a SEC license asset manager, which will be 15 to 21% annually. So what happens if you chose A? I am sorry to say, A, as we can see, is probably a pyramid scheme. If you are promised that you will get 30% in 90 days when the existing or current MPR rate is just about 27%, you should know that something is fishy. So first things first for lessons, when you're choosing to invest anywhere, you want to consider the risk and ensure that this interest rate or whatever rates they are giving you is actually possible. Understand what is being invested in, understand how they are calculating their rates, because most often than not, it's probably another Ponzi scheme, it's possibly another MMM, or as of recent, I can't remember the name of CBEX. So primarily, you want to ensure that you are choosing the right company to give your money to, or else you will end up like our brother here, who has to balance his Gary diet with some onions just to make sure that he can retain his sight. So B, choose to put it in a bank. Yes, you're guaranteed no, you're guaranteed trust. There's possibly nothing, the risk of anything happening to you. Your money is next to none. But of course, you would only yield a little amount of interest, or next to nothing in a year. And of course, there's the current bank charges that us Nigerians always tend to complain about. C, fintechs. Not to bog down any fintechs, probably one of the greatest things to happen to Nigerian financial services space. But a lot of the times, these fintechs scale without any regulatory bodies backing them or being protected by any sort of compliance laws. And most often than not, situations happen where you could wake up and, for example, they've shut down as a result of some regulatory headache or issue that they've had. And usually what happens is your money is gone and you have to find ways to find a way to get your money back. And lastly, you choose to invest in a SEC licensed fund manager. Like our famous actor here, what this means, you are guaranteed returns, you are guaranteed safety, you are guaranteed happiness. So, why we've used that as an example, I believe some of the lessons in there should point us into certain ways we should be thinking when it comes to making investment choices. For the most part, I made an assumption that most people on this call would be early stage to mid-level investors, just starting to think about investing. So the assumption is that you'll be risk averse. So which is why the scenarios we've used in the presentation so far also touch at a certain point, what amount of risk are you willing to let go of. So essentially, we are presenting you with what would be the safest option with probably the highest level of yield or highest level of returns. And with that, we'll go into certain opportunities that people would consider. As you would say, when we're looking at risk averse asset classes, you're usually probably going to be looking at options that would guarantee your return for the most part, guarantee your capital for the most part, and also guarantee your return. And most likely we look at Euro bonds and FGN bonds. So these are pretty much of the same kind of asset classes, just debt notes issued by the government. Essentially, it's when Nigeria is choosing to example, fund the existing road that they're doing from Lagos to Calabar. They may have issued a bond, which again, these are a bit mid-term to long-term asset classes. They're debt instruments that the government might issue to sort of raise money from countries, raise money from corporates, raise money from individuals. And again, because my assumption is that the people on this call are new investors to mid-level investors. You probably would not necessarily be choosing the Euro bond or FGN bond because the entry level is usually very high. You're looking at about 200 for Euro bonds at least because they are issued in a foreign currency, primarily dollars. You're looking at about $200,000 as entry level. However, there are situations where you can have $1,000 as the entry point. For the FGN bond, that's usually again it's also a large amount, 100 million naira, or about, I think that's usually the minimum amount. And it's usually targeted at HNIs and corporates. But for people on this call, again, like I said, I'm looking for more younger investors or millennials, like we said, people that are just thinking about investing. The options you possibly should be considering will be treasury bills, commercial papers, mutual funds, and fixed deposits. So for treasury bills, essentially sort of like FEM bonds and Euro bonds, but these are more short term. So you're looking at about 60, 90, 180, and 290 something days. Usually in about a year, you are able to get your money back. And why this particular asset class is favorable is because, like you said again, your capital is pretty much guaranteed because the government cannot necessarily disappear with your money. It's like choosing to lend your money to the Nigerian government. Nigeria cannot disappear in 2 days or tomorrow you wake up and Nigeria doesn't exist. It's highly unlikely, rather, I would say. So you're primarily guaranteed your return. For commercial papers, instead of it being the government now, you now have institutions and industrial companies, for example, like Dangote, Nigerian breweries, flour mills, or even tech companies as well. I think Piazza of recent literally just paid off the debts that they raised last year, I believe. So what happens with commercial papers is just a flip of treasury bills. This also is short term. So in a year, you are able to also get your money back. Mutual funds, most particularly money markets, is where I would focus on. You're guaranteed your capital, and you're also guaranteed a particular yield depending on the market situation. The yield possibly could change. It's usually a reflection of what the MPR rate is. And fixed deposits, which you can choose whether from the bank or from any other fund manager or investment company of your choice. So again, why have I chosen those 6 options? Just to reiterate the point, I'm choosing those based on the fact that we are speaking to risk-averse audience. If you're wanting to be guaranteed your return on money, wanted guaranteed capital, these are the options to consider. Of course, I haven't mentioned equities. That, of course, has a certain level of higher risk. But if you know what you're doing, if you're willing to put the necessary time, you can be guaranteed to make a good enough buck when you choose to invest in the stock market. I believe the NGX's, the All-Share Index currently has been climbing considerably week on week. So, of course, a lot of questions will be asked. But again, you always want to make sure that you do your due diligence before you jump into anything. If you're a new investor, it's always best to start with risk-averse assets, like I said in this presentation, and your best options, the treasury bills, money market funds, commercial papers as well to an extent. And how ZQuestWealth helps you. This will be the last bit of my presentation. What we've built is, or what we like to call it, is the best investment app on the planet, where essentially everything it is you might be looking to get, from fixed income instruments to debt notes, and also to equity, you can get it on the ZQuestWealth app today. So we currently are top 3 with our money market fund, currently at an average yield of 21.45%. Minimum subscription amount is 1,000 naira. We also have a dollar fund. You can also invest in that if you are looking to hedge your currency risk and would just want to invest in dollars. We also have fixed income fund as well. That again, minimum 90 days. You are also able to access treasury bills. You're also able to access commercial papers. And of course, you're also able to access equities if you are willing to take the risk. And why ZQuest? ZQuest Wealth is a subsidiary of ZQuest Group. We like to consider ourselves the one-stop shop for financial services. Currently, we have 136 billion in funds under management as of December 2024. We're rated as the fastest growing financial company in Africa by the Financial Times in 2022. We also currently, total assets is 90 billion naira as of December 2024. And our brokerage firm has been the 4-time consecutive winner of the FMDQ award in Nigeria. Again, ZQuest Wealth is the youngest subsidiary in the ZQuest Group. ZQuest has existed for 10 years plus. And that would be all for me a day in my presentation, just making sure I keep to time.
Thank you so much, Adetayo. That was so brief and enlightening. Thank you. That was brilliant. For me, I was just so glued and listening, especially the parts that you were mentioning, the opportunities to consider the money market, mutual fund, and so on. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I would like to call on the next speaker, Ngozi Awar, to also give us her presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hello once again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before I speak to my slides, I want to share a short story. So recently, a young girl reaches out to me on WhatsApp. So she says, "Oh, hello, ma'am. I just got my first job. I earn 80,000 naira. I live with my parents. I showed her some financial responsibilities, in my household, but I want my salary to earn some money for me." So I said, "Okay, let's have a conversation. So what do you need to spend money on monthly? Like, what are the needs that you must spend money on?" So we sat down, we wrote that down. We also talked about her wants, like that's items that she doesn't necessarily have to spend money on. Then we also allocated some amount of money from her salary, for investing. So why am I sharing this story? I'm sharing this story because this is a young lady in her 20s. She earns 80,000 naira. She has some family financial obligations, but she still wants to invest some money, and earn returns, on her investment. So this means that no matter your level of income, if you plan, you can actually invest and earn money from your investments. And before you start investing, you should plan. And what is planning really? Planning is understanding your budget and making a budget. So that being said, I would like us to look at what happens if you have a budget before you start investing, or if you don't have a budget before you start investing. So we'll look at the cons. So if you have a budget, rather, if you don't have a budget, you risk overspending because you just spend, you just invest as the spirit moves you. Oh, I have money, let me just invest. You lack financial direction. You don't even know what your investment goals are. You hear maybe, money market funds, the yields are high, you put your money there. You don't even know why you're putting your money there, but you just heard people are doing it and you just follow suit. And you might also miss investment opportunities because you haven't done any research. You're just following the bandwagon. But if you have an investment, if you make investment, like if you have a budget rather, before you start investing, you have financial clarity. you'll be confident in your investments because you know why you are investing. You have a time frame for your investments, and you know, okay, no matter what happens, I have my side covered. Like if I make losses in this investment, it wouldn't really affect my lifestyle because I knew that was going to happen. And also you would also have an improved cash flow because you have allocated a certain amount of your income to investing and a certain amount to emergency funds or other funds for your day-to-day activities. So when you have created a budget, the next thing you do is you gauge your financial health. What does that mean? It means you monitor uncontrolled spending and improve your savings. Then when you're done with this, you try to track, not even try, you have to track your finances. You record your income, you record your expenses so that you will know how much you can actually set aside, like I said, for emergencies or for investing. Then you also have to identify essentials. For example, if maybe you use a software for your business and you know that this software has to be renewed monthly or quarterly, you know that, okay, I must set aside this amount of money for renewal. I cannot invest this money at the moment because I will need it in maybe a couple of days' time. Then also you have to spot leaks, find and reduce wasteful spending. If there are activities or items that you spend money on and you know that you can actually live, survive, and be happy without spending money on these activities or items, you cut them out. Now, good financial health is when you have controlled spending and controlled saving. And now, like I did talked about, I did mention the 50-30, 50-30 budgeting rule. I know most of us might be conversant with this, but I want to use the example I shared previously. That's the young lady that reached out to me on WhatsApp. I would like to use the conversation I had with her, to buttress this budgeting rule. So when I spoke to her, remember she earns 80,000 naira. So I told her, okay, so from 80,000 naira, let's set aside 16,000 naira for investments. We did that. Okay, let's set aside 40,000 naira for your needs, like she mentioned that she has to help her family, like shoulder some of the electricity bills. I told her, okay, so from this 40,000 naira, you will take out some money and support your family's electricity bills. From this same 40,000 naira, you take out some money from it and take care of your personal needs, like your personal grooming or your data subscription. And after that, we decided to allocate 30%, which is 24,000 naira to emergencies. Like I did not want her to be left with that money because I wanted her to always have some money in her account in case anything could happen. Anything could happen, and she might need some money to sort herself out. So this was how I was able to help this young lady create a 50-30-20 budgeting rule. So moving ahead, to start investing, you have to prepare yourself. Now, how do you prepare yourself? You define your goals. You set clear financial objectives and timelines. For example, if you decide to invest in FGN savings bonds because the minimum requirement is just 5,000 naira, you think, okay, I can afford to put 5,000 naira in this savings bond, and you don't even check. You don't read. You don't do your research. You don't know the maturity date for that money, and you just put the money inside. You don't know that money you cannot get your capital back for at least 1 year, and maybe that 5,000 naira is something you need seriously, like you need that money next month, and you just put the money in your FGN savings bond investment. You might suffer. So that's why I said you have to set clear financial objectives. Okay, I want to invest money. Well, what is the tenure of this investment? Tenure means when can I get my capital back? That's tenure. If the tenure is 1 year, you will know. If it's 1 month, like in the case of money market funds, you will know. So you have to understand, you have to set financial objectives and also understand the timelines. Then moving on, You also have to be aware of you have to do a risk assessment, understand your risk tolerance to choose a suitable investment. I'll use myself as an example. I once put 100,000 naira in Coronation Balanced Funds. So balanced funds is a type of mutual funds. So I know that the risk level in this fund is moderate to high. So after I put my money and after some months, I lost 30,000 naira of that money. Of course, I wasn't happy, but I wasn't paying so much because I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew the risks were there, and I knew that if equities that the fund invests in does good, I would recoup. And true to what I believed, also after some weeks, I got my 30K back, and I even got an additional 5,000 naira on top of it. So when you want to go into investments, you have to first of all understand your risk tolerance. If I lose money, will I be able to go to bed and sleep peacefully? If not, you have to look for investment options that have lower risk attached to it. Then thirdly, you have to educate yourself about different investment options and strategies. Like I did mention a couple of investment types. There's so many of them, and you can actually find one that suits your lifestyle. And also there are a lot of materials out there, there are academies out there that can help you understand investments, and you choose the one that suits you. For example, in Coronation Group, we have the Coronation Investment Academy. And recently, Coronation Wealth is in collaboration with the NGX, is rolling out free courses to help, new investors, even moderate to seasoned investors, learn more about the capital markets and how to make your investments count. So you can actually scan this barcode if you wish, and you will be enrolled automatically into this course. This course is free of charge. And also on the Investment Academy, there are other courses that will help you build your wealth, help you understand how you can protect your wealth, and also help you know how you can transfer wealth. So all these courses and more are on the Coronation Investment Academy. And also on this academy, you will see the links that can take you to other product services offered by the Coronation Group. So thank you very much for listening, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ngozi. That was amazing. I like the honesty, because a lot of us are so caught up interest whenever we see investment opportunities. We don't even get to evaluate the risk or even know our risk tolerance. So thank you so much. That was a brilliant one. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Okay, so moving on, I would like to call on Tochukwu Ume for his own presentation.
Okay, thank you. Give me some seconds to share my screen, please.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll try and be very brief just to keep to time. So basically, we're talking about financial literacy, budgeting and investing for financial freedom. And I'll quickly want to delve into it. I would not like to reinvent the wheel, because the speakers before me, Ada and Ade, have actually mentioned some basic things about investment. So I may just look at it from a different perspective. I would like to just look at the basics, really. What is financial literacy? What is budgeting and investing all about? Just get the idea, why should I do this? And the idea is why are we investing? We all want to have financial freedom. So what is this financial freedom we're talking about? So a very quick brief one. So basically, I'll just be talking about financial literacy, what is budgeting, difference between investment and savings, and how can we get financial freedom, and what do you actually mean by financial freedom? But just give me a second to narrate a very short story about the Babylonians' secret to financial freedom. So I don't know how many of you have read this book, The Richest Man in Babylon. Just a very short one. So the richest man in Babylon, according to this book, was a man named Akkad. Okay, and Akkad, of course, was not always rich. He was very poor. He was always struggling to make money. He was a scribe. Like, let's look at it as someone that writes, olden days typewriters, people that type. And a very rich man, Algamish, came to meet him to do a very lengthy work. And he wanted the work to be done within 2 days. The book was called The Ninth Law, which is a very, very lengthy book. And he said, can you scribe all this book into clay? Like, more like write it down on a clay for me. I need it. And he promised him to give him 2 extra, let me say in Nigerian balance now, maybe 2 extra naira just to finish it. And he tried his best, he was not able to do it. But the next morning, Algamish was very annoyed, and he said, why didn't you do it? And he said, of course, it was very difficult. But because of the desire to get wealthy, to be financially free, Akkad, the scribe, told Algamish, okay, can we have a bargain? So if I'm able to complete your work by tomorrow morning, can you tell me the secret behind your wealth? Okay, and that was a bargain. Algamish agreed. And all night, Akkad toiled and was able to complete the work. So the next morning, he gave Algamish's book, and Algamish was very happy. And he told Algamish, now I've done my own part of the bargain. Can you now tell me the secret behind your wealth? What is the secret for financial freedom? And my next slide shows what Algamish said. And this is just the secret. As simple as it is, it may not be too simple to keep. And he said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And I'll repeat that again. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. And it sounded very weird. Like, what does that mean? Like, a part of all I earn is mine to keep. I earn, and all the money I earn, I don't give it to anybody. I keep it. So what does that really mean? So in the course of this presentation, I will speak to that. What does it really mean? A part of all I earn is mine to keep. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. So I'll speak briefly to that, but the idea you have to understand the money language, and that's what we call to be a friend. Active income, passive income, and how can we be financially free? And we also made mention of what is budgeting, what is investing. So I won't want to dwell so much on that. But with what was said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. What does that mean? Now, if you have your salary being paid to you, but when you go to the salon to make your hair, you have paid the hairdresser out of that your money. When you go to the boutique to buy clothes, you have paid the clothes seller out of that your money. When you go to Dubai, maybe you say, oh, I want to take a vacation, I want to spend on myself, I want to enjoy. You go to Dubai, you're adding to their tourist income. So you see what was paid to you, you are gradually paying it to other people. But the idea is that before you start paying other people, you have to pay yourself. And that's the meaning of all you earn, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And by keeping it, what do we mean? You are budgeting. First and foremost, you budget. So which part will I keep? And they said, just as my earlier speaker, there's a 50, 30, 20% rule, which is also here, but I won't want to dwell on that because they have actually said it earlier on. So the point is, what are you keeping for yourself? And when you are keeping money, you're not just keeping it in a safe. How can this money that you are keeping for yourself work for you? And then we'll talk about financial freedom. As I said it here, it is the state of having enough income, saving and investment to support your desired lifestyle without being dependent on a paid job. So when you keep that 20% for yourself, you're not just keeping it, you are allowing that 20% to work for you. Okay, so you are investing it such that at a particular age, you would have had a lot of passive income, not just active income, but passive income. And that's what we talk about financial freedom, when your passive income can accommodate for all your expenses. So you don't have to rush to work. You don't have to be going for a paid job. You don't have to say, if I don't come today, so I'll make sure I'll take note and they will not pay me salary. That's not the case because you are financially free. Your passive income is already working for you. And this can only be done by consistently keeping a part of what you earn to pay yourself. And by paying yourself, you are effectively using that money for investment purposes. So that brings me to my second point. Now, when you keep a part of all you earn and you're trying to save it or you're trying to invest it, because you have to save, you have to invest, just like what Ngozi has said, there are two different things. And your income should be divided across those two different things. By saving, you are also preparing for emergency situations or something that you want to, a goal you want to achieve. So if you have your money invested, that investment hours or 72 working hours, it is not instantly. Even if you invest in equities, T+3, it is not instant. But sometimes you put some money in some savings form such that you can always take it as at when it is due. But the point I want to make here is you always need a financial advisor, and that is where we come in as Redwood Asset Management to help you out to invest. For instance, when Akkad kept his first savings, he kept 1/10 of what he earned, and at the end of the day, he gave it to a bricklayer. And at the end of the day, by entering a SEC-approved financial institution or capital market operator, in this case, you can come to us in Redwood Asset Management and we will advise you. You cannot need a drill and you go and meet a bricklayer, or you want to sew your clothes and you meet a carpenter. You have to meet people that have that financial expertise so they can turn your money around and they can make you financially free within a short period of time. Okay, so these are some of the saving rules. As mentioned, we have the 50, 30, 20. I won't want to dwell so much on that. But my best is the 20, the pay yourself rule, which I've always emphasized throughout. The first thing you need to do is always to pay yourself. A part of what you earn is yours to keep. And that keeping is in form of savings and investment. And you save and invest with the right institutions. You are not carried away by ridiculous rates in the market. You have CBEX, you have MMM. If you have financial advisors, they can advise you properly that these things are not feasible. Someone cannot tell you that you'll make 90% or 50% in 90 days when no bank is even giving that. So where do you want to make the money for? The pyramid scheme. But if you have this knowledge, they say knowledge is power, you won't fall into. Okay, and I would like to round off quickly because of time. If there's something that you should pick out of this, you can forget everything I've said in this presentation, but if there's something you should pick out of this, is to know the secret of financial freedom, the secret of wealth, and it is a part of all you earn is yours to keep. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. You should get yourself a licensed financial advisor, a licensed asset management firm that will be able to help you grow the money or the earnings that you are keeping for yourself, so that tomorrow you will be financially free and have a lot of passive income that can keep you till whatever time you need, and you can even pass it across to your beneficiaries and loved ones. Thank you for your attention, and that will be all for me.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant, Tochiko. Thank you so much for the awesome presentation. And thank you for that reference, The Richest Man in Babylon. It's a great book, and thank you for how you relate it to the financial freedom, the topic that we are discussing today. Spotlighting that you cannot achieve financial freedom without having a passive income is also a good topic when we are talking about financial freedom, because you cannot dwell on one income and expect to attain financial freedom quickly. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Okay, having said that, I would like to call on Adeze Kinsley Anyanwu for her own presentation.
Hello, everyone. Let me quickly share. But first of all, I would like to thank BusinessDay and bdtv for this opportunity, and also to put out a disclaimer that although I'm a banker with over 2 decades of experience, I'm not going to be providing any advisory services here. What I would aim to do is to help us understand what I'll be presenting to you, so that you can make an informed decision, essentially. So let me go ahead to share my slides. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
Fantastic. So let's dive right in. And it's been great listening to all the other speakers. I thought to present, personal finance. So it's going to be a way of consolidating everything that you've heard. And I'll do this in 10 because I've got only 10 minutes to do this. And I'm going to run through introducing you to personal finance. We would also look at the difference between assets and liability, because I realize that this is something that people tend to struggle with. And of course, you've heard about savings and investments. We'll touch on that as well. That 50-30-20 rule, my goodness, if you never knew about it, I'm sure today you've heard it from all of us, and you would start to look into it. With everything we do, there is an associated risk and there is also reward. I like to put the word potential before reward. Although you hear high risk, high reward, it's important to understand that things do change, similar to what you can see happening globally. So you never can predict what's going to happen in the future. And of course, we are all planning for retirement at some point, so we'll touch on that as well. So, what is personal finance? It's important to understand that you are unique, your circumstances are unique, and so you shouldn't compare yourself to anyone's circumstances or to anyone at all, whatever strategies people are using. And look at the fact that over the years, you have received income in different forms, whether you're in paid employment or you're self-employed, or you have actually invested in some assets and you've earned some income across those assets classes. And by the way, income doesn't necessarily mean that you're paying yourself a salary if you're self-employed, or that you're earning a salary from another company. You could earn income from rent, meaning you have bought a property and you have rented it out to someone, and so you receive what is called rental income. A lot of the speakers have spoken about investing in stock markets, for example, where you earn dividend. That's an income in itself. So when you receive all these income from different sources, you should also look at it as something that you can use towards your personal finance, because all we're doing here is just to provide you with all of this information to give you the level of freedom that you want to be able to do anything you wish to do. It's about managing your money. So look at it again as stewardship. All the money that you have received over the years, that you've made over the years, how have you managed them? What have you used all this money for? That's a question you should ask yourself. I like people to ask those sort of questions because that then starts, telling you or helping you identify where you need to make necessary changes. I'll just quickly move on to this photo I have here. It's really about helping you understand what is an asset and what's the liability. And it's as simple as this. Anything that puts money into your pocket is typically an asset. Anything that takes money out of your pocket is a liability. And it's as simple as that. Now, I've put all these pictures here because these are things that we're most likely familiar with. Look at the car. I love Mercedes-Benz so much, If I bought that car from a Mercedes car shop and I drove it out, it starts to depreciate. It starts to lose value. Miles start counting. So if I were to sell it to someone else a month, a week later, it would not cost the same amount. But what would make this an asset for me instead of a liability would be if I decided to put this car into a car hailing service, like Uber, for example, or any other one that you're familiar with. Or if I sold this car, of course, an income comes into my account, right? I make money from it. And so it becomes an asset to me in that instance. But the moment you drive it away, like I said, you're maintaining the car, you're fueling it, you're servicing it on a regular basis, it's a liability. Look at the house as well. And there's nothing wrong with buying a house, living in it. But would you consider it as an asset or a liability? It's an asset to you when you rent that house out to someone and you're receiving rental income. So long as you live in that house, it's a liability because you're constantly paying bills. You're also maintaining that house. And I would also like you to think about every other photo in here, all the other items here. What would you consider cash to be? If you like to invest in gold, what would that look, what would that look like for you? So I'll quickly go to the next one. We've also talked about savings and investments, and everybody talked about investing. Whilst it's good, I think it's important, like the other speakers have also said, to set those SMART goals, actionable goals. And it's not just about listing the goals. You have to also make sure that you carry out some of these things that you have promised yourself. It has to be specific. It has to be measurable. Okay. And you have to just make sure that you have something that is realistic. You have to give yourself a time to be able to achieve these goals as well. Now, in order to carry out the goals that you have also set for yourself, you have to look at how you're able to approach risk. So we talk about risk profile. We talk about how you can actually deal with issues that happen in the market. So if, for example, you invested in the stock market and what happened in 2008 repeated itself today, how would you absorb that issue? Would you be someone who would give up completely in investing, or would you still carry on with investment? How would you take that sort of condition? So it's important for you to risk profile yourself. Would you rather invest in low risk instruments, or would you look at things that are medium risk, or are you someone who is a high risk taker? Are you really aggressive? So you have to determine that about yourself. And in doing so, we've talked about budgeting. You have to know exactly how much of your money is going to each of these things that you want to invest in. And of course, you should also be able to determine how long you want to stay, in those investments. How long do you want to keep your money in those sort of investments? And it's also encouraging to see, that you automate these investments. Because if you don't, the money would obviously be used for something else. So it's always important for you to automate your investments. And you can also invest in whether it's real or financial assets. And real is just something really tangible. Are you looking to invest in properties? Are you looking to invest in the financial markets? You've heard about all types of instruments that you can put your funds into. And like I said, with every investment, with everything we do, there are risk and elements of risk. And there is also the reward that comes with it. Emergency fund is something that we would look into very shortly. We've all talked about the 50, 30, 20 rule. This is just a template, really. It's a framework for you to work with. We receive income from wherever, whether, like I said, you're in paid employment or you are self-employed. But it's important for you to split your money, appropriately so that you can also achieve everything you want to achieve. You can meet your aspirations, your objectives, your personal finance objectives, essentially. And like we know, most of our money would typically go to what we need. What exactly do you need to do or spend money on to survive? Essentially, that's why this pie would typically have half of it split, for your needs. And then the remaining half is split into your wants and your aspirations, essentially. Of course, your needs would include, we've talked about it, you have to pay rent, you have to eat, you have to pay your bills. There's some really important things that you have to do to survive. And your wants typically would be those kind of things that you want to do. Maybe you want to splurge on yourself, you want to travel, you want to buy a car. You have to look at the different options, the one that would really be affordable for you so that you're not overly spending your money, because you can actually cut back on some expenses so that you can then put more of the money into your future aspirations, essentially. So it's important to try and use this. However, it's not cast in concrete. You can decide to tweak it depending on how you're able to manage your money ultimately. So it's important. Again, it's not a one size fits all, and we all have different circumstances to deal with on a day-to-day basis. However, just like the other speakers have said, it's important for you to also engage the services of a financial advisor, because they are the ones that are competent with the right level of skill sets, and they understand how to help you allocate your capital across, these needs, wants, and your future aspirations. I did talk about risk and reward, and that can apply to you as a person. What sort of risk profile do you have, and what sort of, where are you putting your money? The markets are split into, low risk, medium risk, and high risk. And I've given some examples of, some of the things you can put your money into by way of investments. But like I said, you have to make sure that you have those goals that you want to achieve before you start to look at these things. And again, ensure that you engage the services of a professional financial advisor. And of course, retirement is, really important to plan for, because there would be a time when you're not actively working and you would need to live on, or at least maintain the lifestyle that you're used to. And so you have to think about pension. If you're in self-employment and you're not paying yourself a pension, I think it's about time to engage the experts and make sure you start to pay yourself a pension. This is towards your future. We've talked about budgeting. We can't overemphasize this. It's really important. The 50-30 rule is the basic split for your money, or you can tweak it, like I said, to suit your own circumstance. Banking, of course, you can't put your money under your pillow. You have to ensure that the money is in a bank before you even start thinking about saving and investing. And of course, you have the options of buying a property, using a mortgage from a bank. And you have to protect everything that you've worked for over the years, and even what you want to pass on to your beneficiaries, for example. And it's important to be on the right side of the law by making sure that you know exactly what your tax liabilities are. You need to be able to contact, or at least engage with a tax consultant to help you ensure that everything is watertight and that you're paying to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, as they say it. Now, estate planning and management is another wide area that you need to look into, because that also encompasses everything that you want to do with respect to all the money you've worked for over the years. How do you want to be able to, put that across to the next phase of your life? How do you want to administer all that you've worked for, to your beneficiaries and loved ones when you're not here, or in case of incapacitation, for example? So that's pretty much it. Financial literacy is really what we're here for. We want to be able to equip you with everything that you need to be able to make the right decisions. And for me, I believe it's important to read as much as you can, carry out as much research as you can. And one book I must encourage you all to read is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. If you have read it before, try to refresh your memory, pick it up again and read it. And if you haven't, you should pick it up and put it on your shelf as one of your financial books. It's about financial literacy. It's about equipping you, like I said. Breaking Free from Broke is also another interesting one I believe you should pick up. And The Intelligent Investor. That's where I would end it today. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Daisy. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you for also giving us another book to look into, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And also, thank you for highlighting the need of automating your investment, because we see a lot of cases where, okay, we are told to invest. Let's say you invest about ₦1,000,000, and by the time your money yields, you take it out with your interest and also the main money that you put into the investment platform, and at the end people don't get to invest it back, and that is just the end of it. So thank you for spotlighting that, automating your investment. Thank you so much. It has been an awesome one, and I look forward to the Q&A. So having said that, I would like to dive straight into the Q&A section, and I'll be calling on our speakers in no particular order. So I would like to start with Ngozi Awa. I know you talked about risk tolerance, so that's why I want you to particularly answer this question. So here is the question. What is tolerance, and how does it impact investment choices? I will take that again. What is risk tolerance, and how does it impact investment choices? Hi, Ngozi. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
thank you so much for that
Okay.
question.
All right.
So, hi. Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Yes, I can.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. So I was saying that, risk tolerance, it reflects on how you can emotionally and financially, handle investment losses. So what happens when you invest in any asset and you make losses? How do you handle it? Does it keep you awake at night, or does it stress you out emotionally and mentally? So you have to understand your comfort zone in investing. How much can I invest and it doesn't affect my lifestyle? How much would I lose in an investment and I can still go on, living and meeting other financial obligations? So that's, in a nutshell, what risk tolerance is about. And how does it affect your investment choices? So if you are not open, to making losses in investments, it's advisable to look for investment types that have low risks, like mutual funds, for example. But if you are comfortable, you don't mind losing sometimes and gaining a lot at other times, you can also tilt towards the stock market. But like I would say, I'm just giving an example. I'm not trying to advise anyone on the types of assets to invest in. I'm just giving you an example. If you decide to invest in any asset, you have to do your research. If you're not comfortable or confident in the information you have seen online, you can easily consult a financial or investment advisor to put you through. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngozi. Thank you for spotlighting the risk tolerance and how it impacts our investment choices. So our next question, I would like Adetayo to answer this one. Okay, so how can individuals balance short-term needs with their long-term financial goals? I'll take that again. How can individuals balance short-term needs with their long-term financial goals?
I think that's a very interesting question. Balance. I wouldn't say, I don't know if there's a balance. I think it's more from a thing of discipline and disciplining towards the goals that you have. Because I would kind of akin it to work-life balance. I guess you can't necessarily agree that you can get work-life balance. You find the balance inside the work. So you need to find the work enjoyable. So with that same vein, I think it's mostly from understanding your own spending habits, right? Because if in the short term you need money, right, for certain things, you need to be able to save or invest the money that you know would not affect you. I think Ngozi gave a fantastic example, right? You put 5,000 into a bond, or lock it away in treasury bills, for example, that takes a year to mature. But you know you need that 5,000 in 2 months. It doesn't necessarily make sense. So I think it's understanding what your own objectives are, and your spending habits, or what your spending calendar is going to look like. If your rent renews in 2 months, it doesn't make sense for you to invest that rent money in treasury bills, for example, or lock it in a fixed deposit for a year. So understand your spending habits, understand your own particular goal, and invest accordingly. So I don't think there's necessarily a balance. It's more of understanding what you want to do with money and choosing the right investment options for your objective. So yeah, that's it. That's the short way to answer that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I like
Forward to a very meaningful and productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And lastly, we have Adeze Kingsley Anyango, Head Personal Banking Sector at Access Bank. Business Day SME Clinic. My name is Ethel Adorno, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today's important conversation. Today's topic is tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. I'll take that again. Tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. As an entrepreneur and a small business owner, one of the most overlooked aspects of building a sustainable business is understanding how to navigate your taxes efficiently and even more legally. And for many SMEs, taxes feels like a burden or even more confusing and complex. But the truth is, with the right planning, knowledge, and strategy, tax can become a tool to support your business growth. And that's exactly why we are here today, to demystify the process and equip you with practical tools to manage your tax to demystify the tools and help you with the knowledge of how to manage your tax responsibilities more efficiently. And today, as usual, I've got brilliant speakers with me here today. I'm not here alone, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all. So to join us today is Oladejo Adeyemi, who is an Associate Director, Commercial Practice, Lagos. If you can hear me, please say hello to our listeners. Hi, Oladejo. Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
To join us again is Ubong Ita, a finance expert and software development consultant. Thank you for being here, Ubong. Please.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Also to join us is Ebosatele Ohuelibe. I hope I got that correct. Who is a tax auditor and a gender analyst. Please, if you're here, can you say hello to our listeners? Okay, moving on, we have Olajide Banjo, an accounting and finance professional. Thank you for being here, Olajide. And last but not the least, we have Taiwo Aladi Bobu. I hope I got that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. A group tax manager at Dufil Prima Foods Limited. Thank you all for being here today. We are excited to learn from your experience and insights. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to give a quick rundown of what today's discussion is all about. So we are going to take a brief presentation from each of our speakers, 10 minutes, and we'll now proceed to the Q&A section where I get to ask them questions and they will answer. Thank you. I would like to call on the first speaker, Adeyemi. Please, I would like you to start with your own presentation. Thank you all for joining and thank you all for being here.
Sorry, I can't hear you again. You can hear me.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
So is it a general thing?
I can actually hear you.
I think it's just you.
Hello, Taiwo, can you hear me? I think it's his network. Okay, you can proceed, Adeyemi.
Okay, thanks so much for laying the background. I think the time is quite short, but we are just going to go through the pillars very quickly within the ambit of the time that we have left, so that we can accommodate all that has been scheduled for today. So generally, we want to look at efficient tax planning, for SMEs. In the course of my conversation, I will crisscross between what currently subsists, what exists now, what the law requires as of today. And then because we are currently in interesting times, when the laws have just recently changed, it will also be beneficial to just mention some of the things that have changed and what those things will be in the days coming. So just forget about the slides. This is a master class slide that we are trying to fit into a 10-minute discussion. So I'll just go through the pillars so that we are all on the same page. So essentially, for SME to be thinking of tax planning, what is important is you need to even understand what tax planning is. There's a reason why there is increased focus on SME, because globally, SMEs are usually the drivers of the economy. When you go to any functional economy where things are working, you see that you have preponderance of SMEs. Everyone just doing their own parts. So these are essentially companies that are of reduced size. Now, there are different laws currently in Nigeria. For instance, the CAMA defines SME in a particular way. The tax laws also define SME in a particular way. But for the purpose of this conversation, we should just know that SMEs at the moment are companies that have turnover or revenue of less than 25 million. That is the way they are currently constituted. The new laws that have been passed have given threshold of 50 million. The version says 50 million, the version says 100 million. I think the gazetted copy version eventually says 50 million, so we just work with that. But that is not going to take effect until 1st of January next year. So as it stands now, you're an SME if your revenue is less than 25 million. So the question is, why then do you want to bother about tax planning as an SME? You want to bother about that because you are not going to remain SME forever. And that's one very significant pillar I need every SME, to understand. You are never going to remain SME forever. At some point, someone else is going to be interested, maybe in the place of maybe coming in as a business angel, as an investor. At some point, someone is going to say, oh, I want to see what you are doing, and I want to see how this can scale. And at that point, it will then matter what have you been doing, before now. So we just look at some of the strategies that SMEs can deploy to ensuring that the tax burdens, are reduced. The intent was, of course, to look at some of the challenges that SME face, but you run the SME business. I definitely cannot know the challenges more than you do, but I mean, the knowledge is going to be, is expected that the knowledge of the tax laws, is reduced. And that's why, BusinessDay is helping, for instance, with this SME clinic, to be able to close that gap. It's also expected that there would be cash flow constraint. There will certainly be cash flow constraint because that every kobo counts as an SME business, and several other challenges that SMEs will have. But most significant of those challenges is the challenge of record keeping. I'm going to lay a bit more emphasis on that, as we move on. But again, I'd mentioned that these challenges are prevalent with SMEs. The fact that you may not even know what the law says, even when the law confers some benefit on you, you don't even have the understanding, or you didn't have the knowledge, to be able to apply those benefits, to your business. So we are going to look at why it is important, for you to think of tax planning, because of course you have to grow. It's important that your business grows. Like I said earlier, no one wants to stay SME forever. It's just supposed to be a phase, in the business. But what then do you need to do for this growth to happen are the things that we are going to be looking at very briefly. So, of course, you should know that there are different types of taxes. When we talk about tax, you have the company income tax, which is the corporate tax, or income tax, put simply, which can be for company or for personal, depending on the business structure that you have. And we also talk about that as we move on. You have the withholding tax, which in itself is not a special type of tax, but it's an offshoot of the income tax. But because of the way it is levied currently in Nigeria, it appears like it's a separate type of tax. Of course, then you have the capital gains tax, which is not a tax on income, but tax on capital gains. Again, I mentioned the scenarios as we go ahead, but just bear in mind that you can have income tax, you can have transaction taxes, you can also have capital gains, in terms of tax. Financial management is a big part of tax planning. So when you hear of tax planning as an SME, it's an outcome. It's something you want to achieve, but you have to think of how do you what are the things you need to do to be able to achieve those things. There are three key areas, where you want to look at. And I mean, part of it is the fact that you want to ensure that you claim all deductions as a business. You want to ensure that you have sufficient cash flow, to be able to support your business. And you also want to ensure that whatever benefits that should accrue to your business, depending on the type of business that you're doing, you are taking all of those benefits, in all. So reducing your tax liability isn't just a day journey. It's something that you have to incorporate into your business, and it starts from even the very beginning. What kind of business, what's the structure of the business? Yeah. I mean, there's a part of the slide that speaks to that. If you set up as a sole proprietor, for instance, there will be a different tax consequence that you're going to have compared to when you set up as a limited liability company. So there are some strategies that you can deploy to working on ensuring that you have strategic financial management, but I'm not going to bore us with all of that because of the constraint of time, so that we have time to take part of the fundamentals that I had mentioned. We should also know that there are some financial ratios. Again, you're not a finance expert. We will leave Ubong to talk to us about that, but you should know that some ratios exist that can help you measure the health of your business, and see how your business is doing from time to time, but like I said, I'm not going to bore you with all of that at this point. So let's cut to the chase within the time that we have left. Part of the ways that you can reduce your tax liability as SME is first for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. It's extremely important for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. Do you want to have a structure that gives you 100% of the control? Do you want to have a structure that puts in mind that there's going to be growth in the future? Because all of this will determine the kind of tax consequence that your business is going to face. The other major way is to ensure that you keep record. I cannot overemphasize this anytime I have the opportunity to interact with SMEs. Record keeping is extremely, 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 important for SMEs to undertake. Not because anybody is going to ask you now, but like I said, you're not planning to remain an SME forever. So at some point, when someone is interested in what you do, they're not going to they're not going to hear you out. They're not going to expect you to use word of mouth to say, this is what had happened. So if you had incurred so much in cost, that will be the time for you to bring it out. If you had realized so much in revenue, it would be good for the record to, of course, speak to that. And there are many more ways, through which you can actually minimize your tax burden as SME. So I'd mentioned the structure part, and look at the practical example that we have here in structure. For instance, if you're a small business and you have turnover of 20 million, if you have chosen a structure of a limited liability company, for instance, you will have to pay tax on that at 0%. And you know that when you're paying tax on 0%, you're not paying tax at all, based on how the laws are currently constituted. But if you have chosen a structure that's a structure of a sole proprietor, for instance, your income on that business, is going to suffer personal income tax, and you will certainly pay tax on it. So structure is extremely, extremely necessary. After this clinic session, some SMEs may have to revisit their business structures and see, okay, is this really what I intended to achieve? Or did I just come up with this at the time when the business was, when I was starting the business, because I just needed to start somehow. Now that you've started, it's a good place for you to then review what you are doing vis-a-vis the consequences that you're going to have in, tax-wise. I mentioned this earlier. Some of the benefits that even exist currently, you don't even know about them. If you're an SME and you're playing within the agricultural sector, for instance, there are some benefits that should confer to you when it comes to minimum tax, when it comes to, capital allowances and all of that, as a corporate, as a company. But if you are not even aware of that, how do you take advantage of that? So there are incentives, as the laws are currently constituted, not even talking about the new tax law now, just looking at what has subsisted up until this time. But if you are not aware of these things, you will not be able to take advantage of them. I'd emphasized on this point earlier, and I cannot overemphasize the need for any SME, to keep records. If you don't keep records, you are going to be at the mercy of whatever you say, and it's very difficult for anyone who wants to put money into your business, to take your word for it at that time. Of course, I'd mentioned that there are some claims, deductions that you could have realized in terms of capital allowance and all of that. It's a major way of reducing your tax, because that is a cost recovery mechanism, for you when you incur some capital expenditure. Another major way, which is a very funny one, because you, as an SME, you may have one or two staff members you are paying, and you're just paying them an absolute amount. Just say, oh, this person earns 350,000 naira. This 350,000 naira, you're going to have pay obligation on it, for instance. The way you can optimize that remuneration by ensuring you allocate the amount properly to different items that make up the bulk sum, as opposed to just saying, oh, I'm paying net fee of 350,000 naira, and then you are heaping up obligations for yourself, by not breaking that amount down into different items. And the example that I have on this part of the slide, is saying that if you are just 620,000 for transport and 10,000 for medical, there are some items that you would not have direct tax consequences on, even though the individual or the employee is going to be earning from there. So strategies like that can be deployed towards ensuring that you minimize the eventual tax consequence, whether as a business directly or indirectly for the employees that even work, with you. How about complying with the tax laws? The truth is that when people hear compliance with respect to tax laws, especially SMEs, they have nothing to worry about, because you're not paying taxes anyways. So if the laws are currently structured in such a way that you are not required to pay taxes, and you have certain disclosure requirements, you are just supposed to file returns, then you should not be found wanting. Because if you are found wanting, guess what? There's going to be penalty, for not filing. And those penalties are going to then become burden for you at the time when your business wants to scale. And that's a major challenge. I've seen SMEs that have grown now taken back to those days where they started, and then they now have huge tax burden to settle, and then they will certainly struggle with that. Unfortunately, some of them have been the reason why the SMEs that, such an SME that are taking off, are to start nose diving again, because the law is clear, and when you're interpreting the tax laws, there are definitely no emotions. Some of these penalties are also they are of course, they are penalties, so they are not meant to be very friendly or being a pat in the back, right? They can really be heavy in terms of their cumulative impact. Some of them compound on a daily basis, some of them compound on a monthly basis. So you don't want to do that to your business as an SME. So in conclusion, the best way to ensure that you reduce your tax liability as an SME is to plan smart, pay less, and then certainly continue to grow your business in a sustainable, manner. And the best thing you can also do for yourself is to ensure that you continue to be a part of clinic like this organized by Business Day, towards ensuring that the overall community is giving the knowledge that is required for you to be able to run your business as an SME. So I'm going to stop here so that we have a lot more time for questions and other interactions. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Adeyemi. That was very brilliant. Thank you for quickly giving us a brief rundown of presentation, and talking about the importance of tax planning and other things that was you mentioned in your presentation. That was an amazing one. Thank you so much. So I would like to call on Taiwo to also proceed with his own presentation.
Thank you.
Taiwo, are you there? Please, you can unmute and share your slide. Okay, so I think Taiwo is having a bit network. Okay, it's here. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me here. Oladejo has actually said pretty much about what we want to talk about, what the purpose why we're here. So I'm just going to do a brief summary of my presentation. Okay, so for my own part, I believe tax planning should not just be to reduce tax exposure liability. It should be majorly for, or it should be mainly for business sustainability. Whenever we plan our tax, we should look towards how this planning is going to affect us in the future, how this planning is going to help us build a sustainable business. So if you, based on the current trend in Nigerian tax and all over the world, we have situations where the tax system has really shifted because governments all over the world are relying more on tax. And because of the reliance on tax, everybody, both SME and large companies, have to ensure that they prepare themselves, they guide against huge tax exposure. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm having challenge with my slide.
Hi, Taiwo, I can hear you.
Okay. So, as I said, every business, every company needs to look into the way the tax system is going and how they can guide against it in order for them to be able to optimize the tax efficiency and ensure that whatever tax planning they have aligns with the company's overall goal value and financial health, which at the end of the day improves their bottom line and encourages their sustainability. So what's tax planning? Tax planning is just an intentional strategic decision put in place to minimize tax liabilities while ensuring full compliance with tax laws. So tax planning for business sustainability. Well, just as Ala did have said, for companies or SMEs to benefit, to take full benefit of tax planning, they have to be able to utilize or know their tax intensive and tax credits, optimization of business structure, whether you're SME or limited, you have to know what the tax position is. Then you also have to know what tax deduction are you even entitled to claim, and what are those requirements for you to claim those tax deduction. Then you also have to know you have to be able to manage your tax timing, your deferred tax position at what time, or how do you structure the tax cash flow. And also you need to also ensure that you consult professionals or consultants in this field. Then this last one is what I actually want to emphasize on: active involvement in enactment of tax laws. My past experience with SME companies is that a lot of people are quite docile when they are making tax laws. they don't contribute, and they show zero interest in it. And at the end of the day, they end up being hit by the tax laws and, start crying after the law might have been signed, after the bills or the laws might have been signed. So I believe SMEs should be interested in tax matters. They should be interested in tax laws. When the National Assembly, the fiscal policy, the committee, and whichever that is required to do this, and they're carrying out this exercise. As a citizen of the country, we have the right to also be able to probe into some of these things. We have the right to also be able to tell them to what extent this is going to affect the business and the country at large. So what are the benefits of tax planning? It helps to reduce tax liabilities. It helps to improve cash flow. It enhances profitability. It aids tax laws compliance, and it strengthens business competitive advantage. So what are the limitations faced by SMEs in tax planning? So the points I've noted are based on my personal experience with SMEs. A lot of them lack interest in tax. They just don't want to be involved. Even as a consultant, if they're talking to them about tax, they'll tell you, I've given you this job, just go and do it. And I feel they are meant to be interested, because whatever impact the tax law will have, it would definitely affect them. And there is no point taking medicine after death. So if you have interest in the tax system, you would be conscious anytime you are taking a financial decision. You would want to know what are the tax implications of these financial decisions. So it is important that SMEs should ensure that they have full interest in anything that has to be taxed. Their interest should not come when there is problem. The interest should not come when the liability has crystallized. From the point of initiation of the transactions, they need to know what tax implication does those transactions have, such that they would have mitigated against or planned against whatever effects the tax law will have on those transactions. So it is key for SME to have interest in tax. Then the other one is poor knowledge. How do you want to do tax planning when you don't even have the knowledge of what the tax is saying? So you have to build capacity, you have to do research, you have to go to the tax authorities website to check on new developments. You have to be on a WhatsApp group or a social media where they talk about tax, so that whenever new things come up, you'll be able to, grab it and make use of it. So another thing that affects or limits or create limitation to SMEs to plan their taxes, poor record and accounting system. The first speaker have said it, so I shouldn't waste much time on it. Then we also have limited financial resources. Then we have the complex tax compliance system. So just to wrap it up, through the adoption of effective tax planning, SMEs can reduce their tax exposure, enhance financial performance, and ensure long-term sustainability. Tax interests should not come when the problem has crystallized. Tax interest should come up as at the time the decision to either incorporate a business or initiate a transaction is about to make. So thank you very much. I would like to stop here so that we can go to the Q&A section. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Taiwo. Thank you so much. That was an amazing one. Thank you for sharing the benefits of tax planning and also the limitations SME face in tax planning. Thank you. So I would like to call on the next speaker, Ubong Ita, to also proceed with his own presentation. Ubong, if you're here, can you say hello? Okay, so while we wait for Ubong to be back, I think we can proceed to the Q&A section because the remaining speakers are absent for now. But I will do well to inform us once they are back online. Okay, so I will start with Adeyemi for the first question. I know you spoke about importance of tax planning and financial management. So okay, so here's my first question. What are some common tax mistakes SME make and how can they avoid it? I will take that again. What are some common tax mistakes SMEs make and how can they avoid it?
All right, thanks so much. A very common pitfall for SME, really is the lack of interest in anything tax. I think Taiwo has alluded to that while he was having his presentation, because you feel, of course, let's face it, right? When you're starting a business, what is paramount to you is the survival of that business. You want to ensure that the business survives. And if you are operating within a very specialized environment, specialized in codes like Nigeria, then you will understand why survival becomes critical, because if you are not very rugged and dogged, your business may not survive. So at that point, of course, because of the very harsh economic realities, and the environment that we operate in. So at the point, tax is certainly not going to be a top burner issue, for you, for a new business. And I think the government has also come to that realization in the past couple of years, since the advent of Finance Act. For instance, the tax rates didn't have any differentiation, for SMEs up until sometimes in 2019, thereabout. It has been a flat rate. You all pay your taxes, and then you see that compliance level was low, but the government, in realization, says, let's leave the small businesses, let them scale, let SMEs focus on what is core to them at the start of the business. And that's why the revenue threshold, and staggering the tax rate as you currently have it. If your business is less than 25 million, your turnover is less than 25 million, you pay at 0%. Between 25 to 100, you pay at 20%, and above 100, that's what you currently have. Based on the new tax law, you won't pay anything at all if your business is less than 50 million, in revenue. So the point is, a major pitfall is then for you not to be aware of what is in the law, and then you become completely uninterested because the law has already made room for you. There's no reason for you not to be interested. The law is not expecting you to even pay taxes. The law is just saying that be responsible in terms of your disclosure requirements. Your tax rate is 0%. So even if you have whatever amount in profit, it will be unassuming for you to have profit that is above 25 million anyway, if your turnover is not up to 25 million. But I'm just saying, whatever the amount of profit you have, by the time you multiply that profit with 0%, the tax due becomes 0%. So that's a major pitfall for SMEs, lack of interest in anything, tax, and all of that. So I would answer that question in that manner and stop there so that we can take other questions.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for spotting that pitfall, because I know, yeah, it's true. A lot of SMEs lack interest in tax, and even they don't want to understand how it goes about their business. They just want to run their business and make their money. So thank you for quickly briefing us about the pitfall. So I would like to also ask Taiwo the next question. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden? I'll take that again. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden?
Yeah, thank you. The first thing is knowledge. What you know is what you'll be able to take advantage of. Just as Oladejo have said, interest is key for you to be able to take advantage and take full benefit of your tax credits, of tax incentives. Every SMEs have to be interested, and apart from they being interested, they also have to ensure that they seek for knowledge, either through a group or through a professional. They must know those credits that is available for them. They must know the credit that is available for them to utilize. They must also know what kind of business, what are the credits that is available for this particular sector. So if SMEs have knowledge about all these things, they'll be able to take full advantage of the tax credits and reduce their tax exposure. I mean, all through the tax laws, we have a lot of benefits that is available, but the question is, to what extent does SME owners know about this information? So I believe that for them to be able to deduct, for them to be able to take full benefit of all these, all of the tax incentives, they have to first of all meet the requirements of those benefits. Once they know what the benefits are, they meet the requirements of the benefits and eventually utilize the incentive or the credits that arises as a result of, those, as a result of they meeting the requirements of the benefits. Intact. So I think I would like to stop here.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo, for that closing remark. Thank you for spotlighting the red flags to watch out in tax planning. And of course, this has been a rich and practical conversation. I want to say a very big thank you to our esteemed speakers for breaking down such a complex topic with clarity, from identifying tax saving opportunities to structuring your business the smart way. Today's section has reminded us that tax doesn't have to be scary. It can be strategic if you plan it so well. And to every SME owner listening to us right now, don't wait until the end of the year before you start planning and making documentations about your business. Avoid poor recording, as our esteemed speakers have said, and bear in mind that audits will eventually happen. In Adeyemi's voice, it doesn't matter when it will happen, but it will eventually happen someday. So thank you so much for being here today. Once again, I am Ethel Adern, and it has been an absolute pleasure moderating this impactful section. Until the next time, let's keep building smart businesses. Thank you, and see you at the next edition of SME Clinic. Have a nice day.